Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Konoha. I turn on the limiter in the ninja world. Chapter 81. On the eve of leaving the village, the air was filled with a prelude of a storm. Although only people with a certain status in the village knew about the alliance this time. But there were still many ninjas who noticed something unusual from some subtle clues. There were even many people who mistakenly thought that a war was about to break out. But it was true. If there was really a problem with the alliance plan this time, it was possible that a war would break out directly. Compared with the worries of others, Ryosuke was very casual. He had prepared everything that needed to be prepared. Just waiting to leave the village for the land of waves and respond to the situation. Taking advantage of this time, Ryosuke took Hinata and Hanabi to stroll around the village and give himself a day off. Since you are out to play, don't suppress yourself. Relax your tense nerves appropriately. Maybe when you relax, you will think of a solution to your troubles. Ryosuke looked at Hinata, who was holding him with one hand and Hanabi with the other, with some helplessness. Unfortunately, Hinata is under a lot of pressure now. Hanabi's matter is like a big stone pressing on her heart, making her unable to relax. There is no way, Ryosuke can only find something she likes. For example, eating. Hanabi seems to have noticed that her sister is in a bad mood recently, and has been following her obediently, and has not been like a child as usual. Although I know that Hinata likes to eat, what to eat is a century-old problem. Wandering around the village, Ryosuke is looking for a gourmet restaurant that usually satisfies Hinata. But seeing that she has always been uninterested, he has to change one after another. Finally, they stopped in front of a fried food shop. Looking at the name of the fried food shop and the people coming and going, Hinata's eyes were stunned. Time seems to have returned to the past, that carefree life. Can we eat at this one? She couldn't help but ask in a soft and sticky voice. Yes, I like to eat this. Finally hearing her sister speak, Hanabi replied happily without hesitation. However, this time they went out without any guards. The money, of course, was left with Ryosuke. Whether or not to eat in this restaurant was also up to him. Noticing Hinata's expression just now, Ryosuke nodded, of course, if you want. Although he didn't know what had changed in Hinata's heart, that seemed to be a nostalgic expression. The last time they came to this restaurant, it seemed to be when they were 4 years old, that is, he and Hinata had just started training. His steps were a little impatient, but his expression was still expressionless. Hinata took the lead and approached the fried food shop. The atmosphere was quiet, just like 4 years ago. No one spoke loudly, but everyone was paying attention to the 3 children. What was more surprising was that the child who had bullied Hinata at the time was also enjoying lunch with his father in this restaurant. But this time, he was not as arrogant as before. When Hinata's cold eyes swept over, he lowered his head in panic and dared not look directly. It seems, he already knew what Hyuga meant to this village, and understood the gap in strength and status. 3 adults of Hyuga, what would you like to eat? The boss is still the same boss, and his daughter is still helping in this store. But this time, there was no Hyuga Soji to help order dishes, and Ryosuke had to go forward by himself. Bring one of each item on this menu. He pointed to the menu next to him with one hand, and took out a small bag of silver and put it on the counter. Unlike regular customers like Soji and Shinkai, Ryosuke had only been here once, and he had no idea what was worth ordering in this store. So, he ordered one of each item. He was not afraid of wasting food because Ryosuke and Hinata had a big appetite. Now that Hanabi has started to practice, and is in the period of growth, she seems to have caught up with the latter in terms of appetite. Okay. At first, the boss was a little confused and didn't understand what he meant. Then, he nodded quickly, without any suggestion or dissuasion. Gardenia, quickly lead the 3 adults to the innermost private room. As expected, the girl who led the way was still the same. Hinata was waiting beside Hanabi, holding her hand. Like last time, she didn't speak the whole time, but her expression was no longer the weak look with her head down. Instead, she looked straight ahead, looking cold and noble. Silently following the boss's daughter who led the way, Ryosuke and the others came to the aisle again. Time and events overlapped again. When they entered the corridor, the diners in the hall heard voices again. Is that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family? She looks just like the rumors, and she is not easy to mess with. The glance she gave me just now gave me goosebumps. That's not right. She is a Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the largest family in the village. The discussion about their identities once again reached Ryosuke's ears. And this time, Hinata was different from before. She had learned the perception ninjutsu and opened the Byakugan. It was not difficult for her to detect these discussions. Although these words were not compliments, they inexplicably brought a lot of comfort to her heart. She had really changed. So Ryosuke had already started to protect me at that time. Halfway through the meal, Ryosuke suddenly heard Hinata, who was sitting next to Hanabi on the other side of the table, speak. While she was talking, she kept staring at Ryosuke. At that time, you asked Soji and Shinkai to help me pass the message because they said something bad, right? They said that I had a cowardly character and was not suitable to be a ninja. Hinata's tone was very sure. She had been listening to words like this since she was a child, listening intentionally or unintentionally. Whether it was people in the clan or outsiders, there were occasional discussions. Although she would stop talking every time she walked over, she had already heard it in her ears and remembered it in her mind. But I don't know when, such voices seemed to slowly begin to decrease. They began to recognize their abilities, and began to think that she was qualified to be the clan leader. Little girl, your memory is not bad. Ryosuke didn't remember it when he heard her question. After all, his mind was filled with too many things. But soon, he realized what she was talking about. After hesitating for a moment, although Hinata was very touched in her heart, she just pursed her lips covered with oil and water on the surface. Thank you. She was a little embarrassed, as if she had received a lot of favors inadvertently. Why thank me? You are my wife, Ryosuke said in a gentle voice. The seat beside me has always been reserved for you. You said you would stand by my side and face the future with me. After the meal, Hinata seemed to have regained her confidence, and a relaxed smile began to appear on her face. Although this meal cost Ryosuke most of his pocket money, he felt it was worth it. When they left the private room, they happened to see Uchiha Sasuke and Mizuki entering another private room. Although there was only a back view, Uchiha Sasuke was the only one who still carried the clan emblem in Konoha. When did they hook up together? Ryosuke asked Hinata next to him while returning the money. Originally, he wanted to say hook up, but after thinking about it carefully, this word didn't seem right. Since they finished fighting that day, Mizuki teacher has been in contact with Sasuke frequently. Hinata thought for a while and replied, you took a leave of absence from school the next day, and Uchiha Sasuke seemed very angry. But later Mizuki teacher went to find him, and then they were often together. It seemed that Mizuki teacher was guiding Sasuke's training alone. Hearing her say this, Ryosuke recalled. When he saw Uchiha Sasuke just now, it seemed that he was indeed a little dirty, with many scars and blood stains, as if he had just experienced a battle. Perhaps this is why he will graduate early. Although Mizuki's talent is not high, he is also a veteran chunin. With his individual guidance and actual combat, it is not difficult for Uchiha Sasuke to graduate successfully. However, Ryosuke shook his head and didn't think much about it. Fate is not so easy to see through, and many things are not so easy to guess. What the White Eyes saw, Uchiha Sasuke integrated into Susanoo and destroyed Konoha, which really had a great impact on him. Anything about him, Ryosuke couldn't help thinking about it in this way. But in fact, everything is pending. The trajectory of fate will also change. The next morning, before dawn, Hazashi and the Konoha team gathered at the entrance of the village and set off on the road to the land of waves. And Ryosuke, under the worried eyes of Hazashi, quietly left the village. He was not in the team, nor was he on the list of people going out, but was secretly following behind them. He was not worried about being exposed, just like every gourmet is inevitably a good chef. Ryosuke himself is proficient in perception, so he has also inadvertently acquired a good accomplishment in anti-reconnaissance and tracking concealment. In the team, because Hinata is the best perception ninja, there is no additional special perception ninja. Although some people can also practice perception techniques, they are not proficient. Since the Hinatas in charge of reconnaissance in the team are all Ryosuke's people. Under such a premise, it is not difficult for him to stay far behind the team. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded in the dense forest, and one after another black shadows were like black bats, leaping between the branches. All members are above the level of Chunin, so the speed of the Konoha delegation is not slow. Now, Hyuga Hiyashi and his team are going to meet up with the delegation from the Land of Fire first, and then go to the Land of Waves together. Not long after the Konoha delegation went there, dozens of black shadows appeared again. These black shadows wore masks and special ninja vests. They were the Anbu of Konoha. They would serve as a hidden force to secretly protect this team that was on a mission to a foreign country. And following closely behind the Anbu of Konoha, there were people whose way was unknown and which village they were from. Their outfits were similar to those of the Anbu of Konoha, but the masks on their heads were obviously different from those of the Anbu of Konoha, and there was no mark to indicate which village's power they were from. Ryosuke was at the end of the team, and he could see everyone clearly. Although his own strength was only that of a Chunin, he still lacked a lot of combat experience. But with the Byakugan after the second transformation, his strength was already above that of a Jonin. It had to be admitted that his bloodline was still very excellent. Reincarnation is a very important skill no matter in which world. A good origin can overwhelm most people at the beginning. Unexpectedly, the Anbu and the root can actually cooperate, which is quite rare. Ryosuke was a little surprised by this scene. From the information collected by Hinata, Shimura Danzo still attaches great importance to the root in his hands, and is unwilling to give it to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen can remove his position as the leader of the root with just one word. But it is just a position. Whoever sits on it, the people of the root will always obey Shimura Danzo alone. Therefore, from this point, it can be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo should have reached a consensus on the alliance and are willing to cooperate in this mission. It seems that this time, there is really no way to avoid a war. Ryosuke calmed down and had anticipated the small-scale war that was about to break out later. There are 4 forces in Konoha alone. The Konoha delegation in the open, the Anbu and root in the dark, and Ryosuke alone. The total number of people has exceeded 100, and they are all the backbone forces above the Chunin level. There are also more than a dozen Jonin among them. Such a force is obviously going to fight. Any small or medium-sized ninja village can't withstand the impact of this team. Not to mention, there is also a delegation from the Land of Fire behind. When they arrive at the Land of Waves, the representative teams and ninjas of several countries will gather together. If they can't reach an agreement, an island like the Land of Waves may be sunk directly due to the outbreak of war. Not to mention, there may be forces outside the alliance who have noticed this action and will get involved. Something is wrong ahead. While Ryosuke was tracking and thinking deeply, the team in front stopped suddenly. After only half a day of traveling, on a mountain road that they had to pass to reach the Land of Waves, Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly spoke up and stopped the entire team. The hidden forces behind them, that is, the Anbu and the root, had joined forces and took a detour to rush ahead of them. Bayan, open. You can't keep your Byakugan open all the time, because the road was relatively calm, and they had just set out. After confirming his position and the distance between the team, Ryosuke temporarily closed his Byakugan to reduce chakra consumption. But now, it seems that this team has been targeted just after leaving the village. From Ryosuke's perspective, it can be clearly seen that at the other end of the mountain road, people wearing ninja vests and wearing the masks of the hidden mist village Anbu are hiding in the gaps between the mountain roads. It seems that they are preparing to launch a surprise attack on them. Knowing that there are ninjas from Hyuga in the team, do they still dare to launch a sneak attack? Ryosuke tilted his head and touched his chin, somewhat puzzled by the behavior of this group of Kurigakure Anbu. Based on the information he had seen, that is, the past war records. Whether it was the First Ninja World War or the subsequent wars, other countries would basically choose a faster frontal assault instead of a sneak attack when facing the team from Konoha, especially when the Hyuga clan was present. It was really hard to figure out. Ryosuke leaned against a big tree with his arms folded, quietly watching the front. The ninjas from the Anbu and the root joined forces to attack the Mist Shadow Anbu team that was preparing for a sneak attack. The winding mountain road is extremely steep. The place you can step on is only between your feet. Below is a very deep canyon. At a glance, you can only see darkness. But below is actually just an ordinary shallow puddle, and there are not even any extra creatures. Just now, Ryosuke and his team entered the canyon first, and then walked up through this narrow mountain road. It took half an hour to come to the cliffs near the cliffs, where there was some light. This is why Ryosuke knows the situation below. This road is a shortcut to the border of the Land of Fire. Normally, only ninjas will take it to save time. The strong wind on the narrow mountain road is not slow, and the cold wind rushes up from the bottom of the valley. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been blown down to the abyss by this strong wind and smashed to pieces. So in such an environment, it is almost impossible to fight. But for ninjas, nothing is absolute. When ninjas reach the level of Chunin or above, almost everyone has a certain foundation in chakra control. Based on this level, it is not impossible to fight in such a dangerous environment. For example, now, Earth Escape, Earth Spear. With chakra condensed on their feet, dozens of Anbu, led by the captain of the Anbu team, broke away from gravity and ran quickly on the rock wall. While approaching the mist shadow ninja hidden in the gap, the Jonin of Konoha team flexibly formed seals with his hands, and from a distance, he could see him slapping his palms on the rock wall. In Ryosuke's eyes, a stream of chakra followed the Jonin's slap, merged into the rock wall, and flowed towards the hidden mist shadow ninjas. The ninjas' battle was only in the blink of an eye. From the time Hyuga Hazashi noticed something was wrong, to the time when the Anbu captain led the team to rush towards the enemy, it took only a few breaths to cast a spell and launch a counterattack. Then, the sharp rock spikes broke out of the rock wall without any warning and stabbed at the chicks who were unaware of it. Yes, chicks. In Ryosuke's opinion, this group of mist shadow ninjas who were planning to attack could only be described as chicks. Looking at the wars of all sizes in the ninja world, no commander or captain of a war would underestimate the perception of the Hyuga. But now, there are just a few fools. However, when they are called fools, Ryosuke is only temporarily evaluating their current behavior. In his heart, he is still very vigilant about the situation of several people. The Byakugan cannot see through all objects. If it can see through all objects, then they, the Hyuga, can be said to be invincible in the era when they did not come out of the outer wall. But in fact, it is not the case. In most cases, ordinary Byakugan can only see through chakra, and when chakra flows in the body, it can be used to see meridians, acupuncture points, bones, etc. Only those with sufficient purity or extremely talented people can exercise and enhance the ability of the Byakugan, so that the ability of perspective can see substantial objects and expand the scope of insight. This is also the original timeline. As the most talented person in the Hyuga clan, Neji can do something that ordinary Hyuga cannot do. Although Ryosuke has an evolved Byakugan and can see substantial objects, but he may not be able to see through all the conditions of the human body, including various organs, the conditions inside the organs, the blood flowing in the heart, etc. He has no way to see through all of these, at least, there is no way at present. In this situation where he can only see through part of the human body, he did not see anything unusual about these people. Therefore, Ryosuke can only focus on the surroundings. He thinks that these people may be death squads like the Death Squad, intending to use their lives to divert their attention in an attempt to allow other main forces to successfully raid. But unfortunately, Ryosuke guessed wrong. In his perception range, this canyon cliff, whether it is the deep valley below or the cliff above, there is no trace of other enemies except them. So, where will the problem lie? What is the significance of this group of people appearing here? Almost without any surprise, these chicks were frightened by the sudden rock spikes, just like the ninjas who just graduated from the ninja school, and fled from the alley in a panic. And a few unlucky ones have been pierced directly by the rock spikes and lost their voices. Catch them. The captain of the Anbu seemed to have noticed the strangeness of the matter and did not launch a siege immediately. Instead, he waited patiently for the situation, and after a simple observation that the few people were indeed simple and brainless, he commanded several Anbu to approach and wanted to capture them alive. But at this moment, Ryosuke, who was far behind them, finally saw something wrong. Because he could clearly see that in the cracks of the rock wall, those people who had been pierced by sharp rock spikes and must have lost their voices actually moved again. Can they still move after being dead? Ryosuke reacted immediately after seeing this scene. If these things were not white zetsu, they would most likely be puppets made of corpses. or even puppets made of living people, or human bombs. Only in this case could they appear so real and no different from ordinary people under his Byakugan. Let them retreat. Without hesitation, Ryosuke used the power of illusion to briefly control Hyuga Hazashi in the team and told him about this situation. But unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he notified Hyuga Hazashi of this matter. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the mountain crack. The impact that could not be matched by the detonating talisman directly penetrated the entire mountain crack, and gravel and dust gushed out of the crack like a spring, splashing in all directions. These broken stones were like hidden weapons, hitting the surrounding ninjas irregularly, and the powerful force directly caused blood stains on their bodies. One of the more miserable ones was pierced through the eye. The broken stones pierced deeply into his eye sockets and got stuck between the bones. He screamed, but did not dare to move his body, for fear that he would fall into the deep valley if he was not stable. The huge explosion caused the mountain to shake, and a large piece of rock wall near the mountain crevice fell off directly, turning into falling rocks and smashing towards the bottom of the valley. The few people who were about to step forward to capture the mist shadow Anbu were directly hit by the sudden falling rocks and fell to the bottom of the valley with the rocks. Bang! The falling rocks and the Konoha Anbu fell to the bottom of the valley, making a dull sound, as subtle as a dud. Everyone on the mountain road felt a sinking in their hearts at this sound, including Ryosuke. They could all feel the depth and horror of the canyon from this sound. The remaining few surviving Mist Shadow ninjas seemed to have predicted the explosion in advance and left the range of the mountain gap early. Then, they rushed towards Hyuga Hazashi and his team as if they were risking their lives. But unfortunately, they were intercepted by the root ninjas who were secretly protecting them with ninjutsu and directly trapped on the other side of the mountain road with the earth flow wall. Boom! Almost without any surprise, the explosion sounded again. The huge roar spread throughout the canyon. The mountain body suffered huge explosions again and began to shake. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Run forward! Mitomen En shouted, calling on the team to rush forward quickly. The people from the Anbu and the root had already fled to the cliff the moment the earth flow wall rose. The same was true for Ryosuke. The moment he reminded them, he had already begun to evacuate from the other end. At this time, everyone did not care about the consumption of chakra, and they all concentrated their feet to stick to the wall and fled to the cliff. Now, on the cliff, the group of people are planning to use their lives to cause an explosion, causing the canyon wall to collapse, and using environmental factors to bury them here. But, will everything really be that simple? This is a good opportunity for a surprise attack. Using puppet bombs made of living people to detonate the canyon and cause the mountain to shake is just a prelude. Everyone in this team participating in the alliance plan is at the level of Chunin or above. It is obviously impossible to rely on this method to deal with them. This is what Ryosuke thinks from the perspective of the enemy. So, when the sand ninja with the sand village forehead protector appeared in his field of vision at a very fast speed and rushed under the cliff to attack them, he was not surprised at all. The only thing he couldn't understand was why the sand ninja attacked them. In fact, when he found that the mist shadows were living puppets, Ryosuke guessed that the attackers did not belong to the mist village. Although the mist village and the land of water are not in this alliance plan, if the dead are really needed, with the cruel system in the mist village now, it seems unnecessary to transform them into puppets first and then come to die. Doing so is very likely to be exposed. If it is a real living explosion, it is easier to cover up the real purpose. Therefore, the identity of the Kurigakur Anbu is only used to cover up the real power behind the scenes and the fact of the raid. But, Ryosuke can't understand why the mastermind behind the scenes is the Sand Village. You know, Sand Village is a member of this alliance plan, and the Wind Country it belongs to is also an ally of the Fire Country. Although in the original timeline, the Sand Village had launched an invasion plan against Konoha under the instigation of Orochimaru, that was under the circumstances of conflict of interest. And now, the interests of the two countries have the opportunity to be tied together. The Sand Village may also get rid of the poverty caused by environmental factors through this alliance. In this case, why would they choose to raid Konoha? The lack of intelligence made Ryosuke unable to understand this thankless task. But the important thing now is not to think about these, but to deal with these people in front of him, and by the way, see if he can get some information from them. Unit 1, Activate. Others rushed forward, but Ryosuke, who had been hanging far behind, retreated backwards. He retreated to a relatively safe mountain crevice, and then he controlled his chosen target without hesitation, that is, a Hyuga Chunin in the traveling team, Hyuga Tamao. In this traveling team, Ryosuke has a total of 3 targets to choose from. One of them is Mizuman Soji of the Mizuman clan, and the other is Hyuga Tamao of the Hyuga clan. However, compared to Mizuman Soji, who was unaware, Tamao knew that he would become Ryosuke's control target, so Ryosuke did not need to spend too much energy when using the power of the Byakugan to control him. In the team, Tamao, who had been following Hyuga Hazashi, suddenly whispered, "The suspected people from the Sand Village may have 5 Jonins. They are also elite teams, and there is a high probability that there are no genin. At the current speed, we can see their figures in about 3 minutes. Ryosuke's perception range is farther than Hyuga Hazashi, and he can see more things than Hyuga Hazashi. This canyon is very deep. Although the current location of Hyuga Hazashi and the others is close to the top of the cliff, there is still a long distance to go. The mountain is shaking due to the explosion. In order to avoid accidents, they need to get out of this deep valley quickly, but because there is no sunlight all year round, the rock walls in the valley are relatively slippery. Even if they are at least Chunin, they move very carefully. The Sand Village ninjas who came up from above also did not dare to run too recklessly. The moment Hyuga Hazashi opened his mouth, he already understood that the person next to him was Ryosuke. "Is the situation on your side okay?" While signaling to Hyuga Iroha beside him to inform the entire team of the situation, Hyuga Hazashi said, "The other side is in a dominant position, and we are at a geographical disadvantage. If the situation is not good, you should retreat first. You are more important than this plan." "I understand." Ryosuke nodded expressionlessly while dodging the rock fragments that fell off the rock wall due to the shaking of the mountain. As the battle approached, he no longer had the extra energy to maintain his disguise, not to mention that he was now disguising himself through someone else's body. With Ryosuke's reminder, the entire team on Konoha's side made preparations in advance. So when the ninjas from the Sand Village appeared in front of them, they were not panicked at all. Fire escape, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth escape, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind escape, Big Breakthrough. The unanimous voice rang out from the fast-moving team on Konoha's side. They seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The moment they saw the enemy clearly, several senior ninjas in the team had already formed hand seals immediately. Fire dragons formed by fire attribute chakra condensed from the mouths of several Jonins, and earth dragons formed by earth attribute chakra condensed from the rock wall, and the two were intertwined under the precise control of chakra. The lava dragon, which looked like magma, condensed under the convergence of 2 attributes of chakra. Because they performed ninjutsu from bottom to top, Konoha was at a disadvantage in terms of geographical location and was restrained by gravity. Although the effect of ninjutsu was controlled by chakra, if the people of Sand Village reacted and launched a counterattack in time, they would probably suffer the consequences. Therefore, except for Hyuga, the other Chunins quickly formed seals and used wind escape to control the direction of the lava dragon, allowing it to crash into the Sand Village ninjas above at a faster speed. On the other side, the Sand Village ninjas who were rushing down the cliff and taking advantage of the shaking of the mountain to launch a surprise attack on the turbulent Konoha team were directly hit head-on by this huge dragon. Several ninjas who didn't have time to dodge were swallowed by the lava directly, and they screamed and smelled meat. After the collision, the lava dragon turned into pools of lava on the rock wall. Of course, some of them fell downwards due to gravity after losing control. However, Hyuga Hazashi and the others had already made preparations and cleverly avoided the uncontrolled lava. Continuing to rush forward, the expressionless Ryosuke's eyes fluctuated a little. The cooperation on the Konoha side was too tacit and too fast. Ryosuke, who was experiencing a large-scale battle for the first time, was shocked. This composite ninjutsu that brought together the entire team was formed in just a blink of an eye. If he fought with this team, he might not have a chance to dodge and could only face it head-on. However, there is no way to use the rebound of lava. With his current means, perhaps only coercion can suppress this huge lava dragon. The battle was completed in just a moment on this steep cliff. The battlefield was also divided into 2 areas by the lava-covered area. Everyone stood horizontally on the rock wall in a posture that was out of gravity. On one side was Konoha, and on the other side were the ninjas of Sand Village. This was a battle between ninjas. Regardless of the environment they were in, regardless of the advantages and disadvantages of the geography, they could use various ninjutsu to make up for their own deficiencies under the effect of chakra energy. Although the consciousness was temporarily suppressed deep in the body, Hinata Tamao could clearly feel that Ryosuke seemed very excited. On the cliff, the shaking mountain occasionally has rocks falling down into the deep valley. The rock wall of the canyon is in chaos. Ding ding ding. The sound of kunai and shuriken colliding keeps ringing. The flying fire dance, the rock spikes and earth dragons rushing out from the rock wall, and the tangible and substantial wind. The ninjas of Konoha and Sunagaku are intertwined with each other. They seem to be hanging on wires, or in space, completely free from the constraints of gravity. The winner can stand on this rock wall. The loser will fall into the abyss and be shattered. And Hyuga Tamao, controlled by Ryosuke, is also in the chaotic crowd. The precise chakra control allows him to run on the cliff at an angle that is free from gravity. He is very fast. Under the control of Ryosuke's consciousness, this body exerts speed and strength beyond the limit. At this moment, Tamao's consciousness has completely fallen asleep, allowing Ryosuke to control this body without any obstacles. After all, in the process of fighting, any slight impact may cost life. This is the first time that Ryosuke uses the illusion of the Byakugan to control other people's bodies to fight. But this feeling is very strange. Not only is there no pain, nor fatigue, but there are also two perspectives in his mind. One is the perspective seen through the eyes of Hyuga Tamao. And the other is the perspective that Ryosuke sees by relying on his perception. These two perspectives intersect in his mind, and all the information and intelligence of the entire battle situation are collected in his mind, including everyone's position, everyone's approximate strength, and the opponents they are currently facing. Everything forms a picture in Ryosuke's mind. He is now like a sophisticated computing machine, remotely controlling the mecha named Hyuga Tamao to fight. Wandering on the battlefield, he is like a killer, avoiding the enemy's attack just right with every step, and every palm can gain something and leave a wound on the enemy. The reason why Ryosuke chose to control a Chunin instead of a Jonin is that the reason why a Jonin is largely due to their own fighting consciousness, which has little to do with their actual physical strength and chakra. So even if Ryosuke uses his consciousness to control the body of a Jonin, he may not be stronger than the Jonin himself. At this stage, Chunin is the best container. After a long period of ninja life, the body itself is definitely not low in strength, and the chakra is enough for Ryosuke to squander, and it will not be like Genin, who often has insufficient chakra in battle. As the battle time passed, the body and consciousness gradually overlapped. Gradually, Tamao's body in the battle and Ryosuke hiding in the cracks at the bottom of the valley closed their eyes at the same time. But the vision was even wider. With his palm as a blade and his heart as an eye, he reaps one life after another. Cold and cruel. But in contrast, Ryosuke could feel that Tamao's body had already experienced small-scale muscle tearing, and the increasingly fit, increasingly intense battles made his speed and strength increase again and again. He even gradually possessed the same level of physical strength as Ryosuke's body. But unfortunately, Tamao's body did not have enough ability to adapt. We need to end the battle as soon as possible. Feeling that the burden on the body was getting heavier and heavier, it was very likely that Tamao would die of exhaustion. Ryosuke realized that this battle could not continue like this. In contrast, the picture of the entire battlefield emerged in his mind, including everyone. The current battle situation is well divided into Chunin and Jonin. In the battle among Chunin, with Ryosuke, a tireless and painless wall hanger, the battle situation has long been one-sided. On the Jonin side, a relative balance was still maintained. They tested each other from time to time, but they had not yet started to fight desperately. On the Sand Village side, there were 5 Jonin and 2 puppets. On the Konoha side, in addition to Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Iroha, there are also 2 captains of the Anbu and the Root. The remaining Mido Kato En, because he has been immersed in the clerical work of handling affairs for a long time, and his physical function has declined due to age, although he has the title of Jonin, he has lost the strength of Jonin. So it looks like a 5-on-7 battle, but in fact, it is 4-on-7. Get rid of a Jonin first, and you can also take down a puppet by the way. Seeing the battle situation clearly, Ryosuke took a deep breath and reacted immediately. Under the high-intensity battle, whether it is Tama's body or his original body, the blood is flowing rapidly. A faint heat comes out from his body. On Ryosuke's palm, the substantial light blue chakra condenses into a lion shape. While studying escape techniques, Ryosuke not only has some understanding of the changes in the properties of the attributes, but also has a deeper understanding of the changes in the form of chakra. This also means that he has a deeper grasp of the clan's secret technique, the soft step double lion fist. Remember to catch his body later. Ryosuke instructed a Hyuga clan member beside him. The next moment, his figure has turned into a residual image. Whoosh! The burst of the instant body technique increased his speed to the extreme in an instant. As he ran, the light blue lion in Ryosuke's hand gradually solidified, like a pair of gloves, appearing in his palm. At a speed that is difficult to capture with the naked eye, Ryosuke's figure went straight into the battlefield of the Jonin, and rushed directly towards the two Sand Village Jonin who could control the puppets in a straight line. Naive. Facing Ryosuke who was rushing over regardless of everything, the Sand Village Jonin sneered. His hand shook slightly, and the subtle chakra pulled the puppet beside him. It was like a mantis-like humanoid puppet blocking in front of him. The special metal looked hard and beautiful in the sunlight above the canyon. A frontal assault seemed to be an impulsive and reckless act without tactics. But in fact, the so-called tactics are just some means used by the weak to defeat the strong. This was the change that Ryosuke made according to his suggestion after the battle with Hyuga Hiyashi. He was right. Sometimes, you don't need to be too calculating in battle, which will affect your own strength. In the cracks at the bottom of the valley, Ryosuke was trembling all over, but this was not fear, but excitement. Driven by emotions, his blood flow speeded up, and his body temperature rose, as if he was in a steam room, and heat came out of his body. The chakra of the main body has been exerted to the extreme, and the white eyes in his eyes are as bright as the reincarnation eyes. Break. Facing the sharp blade of the mantis-like puppet, Ryosuke controlled Tamao's body and rushed forward with his palm covered with substantial chakra. Although his face was expressionless, there was only excitement and madness on his face and in his eyes. There was a hint of light. The power of the Byakugan, which only the original body possessed, was transmitted to Tamao's body through the blood and the ability of illusion. Die. This was the first time Ryosuke spoke in battle. In the past, in order to avoid the villain dying from talking too much, he never talked much in battle. But now, under the outbreak of various emotions, the suppressed roar sounded like a beast. Boom, boom, the gravel flew everywhere. Even this seemingly rigid puppet could not resist the powerful penetrating force contained in Ryosuke's palm. The sharp blade was directly smashed by Ryosuke's palm. But even so, Ryosuke's palm was still full of momentum and was fiercely imprinted on the smooth body of the puppet. As if it was hit head-on by a speeding train, the mantis-like humanoid puppet flew backwards, and its sharp limbs cut a deep groove on the valley wall. The chakra thread connected to it made the Sand Village Jonin stagger, and he almost lost his balance on the cliff and fell to the bottom of the valley. After a successful attack, Ryosuke did not hesitate at all. Controlling Tamao's body, using the remaining chakra and all his strength, he once again rushed into the dust and approached the Sand Village Jonin, wanting to take advantage of the battle situation and harvest his life. But after all, Jonin is not a chunin. Although the puppet he was so proud of was shattered like paper, which shocked the Sand Village senior ninja, his combat reaction was not affected at all. When Ryosuke approached and planned to swing his soft fist to cut off his chakra, he had already formed a seal flexibly. The wind blade, which was perhaps sharper than a blade, came towards him. A trace of regret flashed across Ryosuke's face. He controlled Tamao's body to dodge the wind blade in an extremely weird posture. The opportunity had been missed. He could only get rid of one puppet with his full strength. Without hesitation, facing a senior ninja, he had no chance of winning with his current body, so he wanted to retreat. But at this moment, in his field of vision, the Sand Village senior ninja rushed towards him with a burning murderous intent, and his body turned into a residual shadow. Hide. Ryosuke was calm in his heart. Just as he was about to control Tamao's body, he was ready to avoid it again. But in fact, although his perception could detect the enemy's attack and react, he even thought that he could easily dodge it. But in fact, Tamo's body couldn't keep up at all. The excitement in the battle stabilized instantly, and a cold light flashed in Ryosuke's eyes. The next moment, Tamo's arm was directly cut off by the Sand Village Jonin. There was no pain, but Ryosuke could clearly feel that the body he controlled was missing something, and at the same time, he could feel that Tamo's life was quickly passing away. Blood gushed out of the wound, and the broken arm lost its connection and fell to the bottom of the valley. "I'm sorry," Ryosuke spoke silently in his heart. He obviously had a backup plan. Not far away, there was a Hyuga Chunin waiting to pick him up at any time. After Tamo's chakra was exhausted, he took over his body. This allowed him to squander chakra without scruples on this cliff, without having to be as cautious as the enemy. But he misjudged the psychological quality of the Jonin. "I still have too little experience fighting with Jonin." Ryosuke was helpless against the next slash from the Sand Village Jonin, who was full of murderous intent and was heading for his neck. Tamayo's chakra was depleted in the previous battle, and his body was constantly overloaded. Ryosuke originally planned to retreat immediately after the attack failed, but now he felt a little guilty. Although even if Tamayo fought this battle himself, he might not survive. But after all, he used his body to fight this defeat. Yes, a defeat. This was a defeat that would cost his life. Retreat. But just as Ryosuke was helpless and watched Tamayo's body being controlled, ready to take on the pain of death for his consciousness, a black shadow suddenly appeared and blocked him. Ding! The long sword chopped by the Sand Village Jonin was blocked by a kunai. He was the captain in charge of this operation of the Konoha Anbu. Without hesitation, Ryosuke first controlled Tamo's body to retreat, and handed it over to the Hyuga Chunin who was responsible for the response before, and then exited his body to observe the battle situation. Once the timing is not right, he will immediately prepare to activate Unit 2. However, soon, after he saw the current battle situation clearly, the rising chakra stabilized. 5 Sand Village Jonins and 2 puppets, now in just a few minutes, only 2 Jonins are left. One of them was the one who just cut off Tamo's arm. And the rest have been killed, including the other puppet. It turned out that at the moment when Ryosuke took action just now, Hyuga Hazashi and the others were also not idle, watching from the side, but attacked other Sand Village Jonins. It's just that because Ryosuke's mind was completely immersed in the battle, he didn't pay attention. Originally, the Sand Village relied on the puppets to have an advantage in numbers, so that it could compete with the several Jonins of Konoha. And now, Ryosuke can be said to be holding back a Jonin and a puppet by himself. Under such circumstances, the disadvantage in numbers was made up, and everyone in Konoha made a calm judgment. They did not come to support him, but chose to annihilate the enemy as the primary goal and attack other Sand Village Jonin. It was not until the battle situation stabilized that the captain of the Anbu had a free hand to support him. Abandoned, standing up from the crevice, Ryosuke's eyes were a little complicated. This is the reality and cruelty of ninjas. In the past, he was always in the team as a center, so he could not feel these. Especially just now, if he had not controlled Tamo's body, but he rushed out to fight with the Sand Village Jonin, maybe Hyuga Hazashi, oh no, it should be said that all the Hyuga present would give up their goals and come to support him. Just because of Ryosuke's identity and talent. But in fact, what he experienced while controlling Tamo's body was the life and battle of a real ninja. The mission takes precedence over everything, including the lives of his partners. Ninjas, from the beginning, decided to embark on this profession, and must be prepared to face everything alone, including the awareness of death. Once upon a time, there was a legend of Konoha who made a mistake in an important mission because he attached too much importance to the lives of his companions, which led to the continuation of the war that should have ended. You should know that the higher the level of the ninja, the more important the mission he performed. But he made such a mistake. In order to save the lives of some people, he gave up the overall situation and let more people sacrifice. In the end, he also committed suicide to apologize. Ryosuke could not judge whether it was right or wrong to abandon a few people and save the majority. Maybe even if he reached the power of Uchiha Madara or even Otsutsuki Kagaya, he would not be able to make a choice that would satisfy his heart. Being in the situation, Ryosuke just fought so hard to win the battle, but in the end, he was abandoned by his companions, just to complete the mission smoothly. Intellectually, this is the right thing to do, because the purpose of his rushing out is also here. But emotionally, from the perspective of the person involved, Ryosuke is a little aggrieved. Because he was abandoned, even if the person who died was not him, but Hyuga Tamao. The battle on the cliffs ended quickly. In this battle, although Konoha also lost some manpower, the high-end combat power, that is, the Jonin, did not die. When Ryosuke tried to return to Hyuga Tamao's body through the illusion again, he could clearly feel his suppressed despair and pain. An arm is a very important thing for a ninja. After you go back, are you willing to follow me? Through the illusion, Ryosuke conveyed the words to Hyuga Tamao with a complicated expression. If it was someone outside the family, he would not necessarily feel so guilty. Because he is very selfish, he has no way to sympathize with everyone. But Ryosuke still has feelings for his own people and people in his family, even though he had never met Hyuga Tamao before this mission. But he really felt the trust and dedication that Hyuga Tamao gave him because of his talent and identity. I am willing. But, without hesitation, Hyuga Tamao replied in his heart. Ryosuke could feel his excitement, but also his hesitation. I will help you find a way to repair your arm. After this mission, you will work for me with Shinkai. But he paused here and started again, work for Hinata. I don't know when it started, but Ryosuke found that there were more and more people around him. At the beginning, his thoughts were very selfish. He just wanted to live in this world peacefully and experience the beauty of cultivation. But as he had a family and a blood-related family, he began to change slowly. First it was Hinata, then his father, Hanabi and other family members. And now there are some people in the branch family who are willing to give everything for him. These people have their own weight in Ryosuke's heart. No longer a stranger who can't bring him any emotional fluctuations. Before, he was alone. But now, he is no longer. Maybe it's not just Hinata who is growing up and carrying something, even Ryosuke himself is unconsciously taking on some hopes and responsibilities. After the battle in the canyon, Hisashi Hyuga showed them some knowledge that was not taught in the school textbooks. The action leader of the route transferred a person from the Hyuga clan to leave the canyon first and explore the dense forest farther away. The others stayed behind to finish the work. Generally speaking, for a surprise attack like this, the enemy would of course leave some people outside first. When the situation is not good, they will evacuate in advance and pass the corresponding battle situation to the backstage. If the battle goes well, they will participate in the battle. Although no one explained to Ryosuke, he could roughly guess the purpose of their actions from Mitomin Yan's arrangement. Thank you for your hard work. After returning to the village, I will apply for the necessary compensation from the third generation. Everyone has seen Hyuga Tamao's performance, and as the person in charge of the entire alliance team, Mitomin Yan made a promise to him. Lying on a lawn on the cliff, Tamao nodded weakly. The main wound on his broken arm and the minor wounds on his body have been treated by the medical ninja in the team. However, compared with these visible injuries, his internal body is more troublesome. After returning to his own body, Tamao almost fainted. Not to mention the pain of the wound, he felt like he was lying on the rails, being crushed back and forth by the train. Even the nerves and veins that moved a finger made him feel the pain in several parts of his body worse. Although it was unclear what Lord Ryosuke had done with his body, judging from the eyes of other people around him, he should have done something great. Let's settle him down when we get to Sano village. Looking at Hyuga Tamao, Hyuga Hiyashi remembered Ryosuke's instructions and suggested to Mito Kadoyan, he is in this state, and there is no way he can go to the land of waves with us. Of course, I will let the nobles of the land of fire take charge and arrange the best treatment for him until we come back. Mito Kadoyan nodded. Sano village is the meeting place they have agreed with the land of fire delegation, and it is also the village closest to the sea. As long as they get there, it will not be far from setting out to the land of waves. Speaking of Sanomura, the captain of the Anbu next to him said with some concern, I don't know whether those nobles have been attacked. The power of secret protection has been exposed in the previous battle, so there is no need to hide it anymore. I thought the real battle would start near the land of waves, that is, after going out to sea. But I didn't expect that there would be a surprise attack in the territory of the Land of Fire, and there were such a large number of ninjas. After confirming the identities of these ninjas, let's hurry on our way. Speaking of those nobles, Mitoman Yan rubbed his eyes with a headache. If those nobles who pay great attention to their image and cherish their lives are really attacked by ninjas, there will definitely be a big fight again. We can only hope that those behind the scenes can still remember the rules, that is, ninjas cannot attack nobles, and everyone plays their own games. Mr. Advisor, we have confirmed the identities of all the relatively intact bodies. Among them, the identities of almost all ninjas are unclear and have not appeared in various files of our Konoha. We can only check one, but he is indeed a ninja from the Sand Village. After a while, the Anbu responsible for verifying the identity confirmed the actual situation. This person is called Akeda, a Jonin from the Sand Village. According to our Konoha's intelligence, he appeared in the Third Ninja World War. But he has not been seen active in the ninja world for a while, and the production process of the two puppets is also a special method from the Sand Village. Carrying a corpse, they reported the situation this time. As for their report, whether it is Mito Kato-en, Hyuga Hazashi, or the captain of the Anbu, they all quieted down. Their thoughts are very confused now. First of all, of course, it is impossible to assume that these people are from the Sand Village just because they are wearing the Sand Village forehead protectors. Ryosuke felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Hyuga Hiyashi and the other two had been ninjas for so many years, and their ranks were not low. Of course, they could see that there was something wrong with this matter. In the current situation, the Sand Village, which should have been in alliance with them, sent a large number of ninjas to attack their alliance delegation. This matter was wrong no matter how you thought about it. Because it was unprofitable and would even affect their own situation. And in the process, they also used the people of the Mist Shadow as human bombs. All of a sudden, this attack became complicated. Was it the people of the Mist Village who were behind it, or was it really the people of the Sand Village who took action, or there were third-party forces that had not yet appeared? In short, let's hurry up first. Hyuga Hiyashi was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "It's useless to hesitate here. Let's take these bodies with us. When we meet the people of the Sand Village, we will know when we confront them face to face." That's right. Mito Kato-en nodded and agreed to his proposal. The team rested for a while and set off on the journey again. Unfortunately, the route captain and the Hinata who had just left did not find any useful information, let alone any trace of the enemy. It was not until the team left the cliff for a while. Ryosuke's figure slowly came up from the rock wall of the canyon. Just now, while they were resting, he went down to the bottom of the valley alone and observed the bodies that fell to the bottom of the valley and were smashed to pieces during the battle. But unfortunately, he did not find any useful information from those people. It's really watertight. Except for the information they want us to see, everything else is handled cleanly. While eating a soldier pill to restore his physical strength and chakra, Ryosuke continued to slowly hang behind the team. This incident is indeed complicated, but it is not that difficult to understand. There is no doubt that the ultimate goal is of course to destroy their alliance. Because the forces involved are too large and the information is too little, there is no way to specifically judge how many forces are blocking their alliance this time. But if this was not done by the people of Sand Village, then perhaps the team from Sand Village that was going to Wave Country to participate in the alliance meeting was also attacked. Ryosuke only hopes that the people from Sand Village can be calmer and not give up this alliance directly because of an attack. Lord Ryosuke, Sano Village. The room was filled with the strong smell of herbs and a little blood. Hinata Tamao lay on the bed weakly to rest, and standing in front of him was Ryosuke who had been secretly following the team. There were quite a few ninjas killed in the battle in the canyon, dozens of Chunin and 5 Jonin. No matter which ninja village sent them, they were a strong force. The complete annihilation of this force was definitely a huge loss for the people behind the scenes. So the journey afterwards was relatively peaceful. The Konoha team successfully arrived at Sano Village and met with the representatives of the delegation sent by the Land of Fire. They first settled the seriously injured and unable to fight in the village, and then rented a boat and rushed to the Land of Waves. Taking advantage of this time, Ryosuke had the opportunity to show up and meet Tamao. "Sorry, if I was more cautious, you might not have broken your arm. Ryosuke looked at him with some guilt. Since he had the ability to control others, he was certainly prepared for possible casualties. But when the problem actually occurred, Ryosuke realized that he was not prepared, and he could not ignore the lives of those who were willing to believe in him. Please don't feel guilty, Ryosuke. But Tamao was very excited about his apology. It's my honor to work for you. Besides, if it weren't for you, our team would have suffered even more losses. On the contrary, I feel that I owed Ryosuke a favor, and it was you who allowed me to show my face in front of everyone. On the way, he had a general understanding of what Ryosuke did when he used his body. He killed several Chunins alone, and cooperated with the team to injure more than a dozen people. Afterwards, he attacked the Sand Village Jonin and the opponent's puppet head-on alone. At the cost of an arm, he successfully killed the puppet and held the Sand Village Jonin. This record was something he had never dared to think about. Along the way, almost the entire team was concerned about him, even the village's high-ranking Hokage advisor Mitomen N also praised him. This honor was something he had never felt in his first half of his life. Ninjas, of course, must focus on the mission. He personally felt it was worth it to sacrifice an arm and gain honor while completing the mission. As for Tamao's excitement, Ryosuke could also feel his sincerity, rather than his pretense of comforting him. In his heart, he felt better. I will find a way to make up for your arm. This is my promise to you. Ryosuke looked at his empty right arm and made a promise. In this world, there are ways to create void and regenerate broken arms. He believes that he will master similar abilities in the future. By then, it will not be difficult for Ryosuke to return an arm to Hyuga Tamao. Thank you, Ryosuke. It was something he should have done, but Hyuga Tamao was very excited about his promise. It is very common for a branch family to sacrifice for the sake of the main family and the family. But, he was flattered to receive a response and attention. Nodding silently, Ryosuke did not stay for long. After telling them to have a good rest, he prepared to catch up with Hyuga Hazashi and the others. He could understand Tamao's mentality. Because this was a solidified idea brought about by the family system, they had no way to get rid of this idea. But Ryosuke's understanding did not mean that he could take it for granted. Facing a group of people who were willing to sacrifice everything for him without hesitation, including their lives, he felt heavy in his heart. Although he could accept it, he could not take it for granted. Ryosuke needed to be responsible for those who knew about it but were still willing to pay for him. But before that, he needed to solve the problem in front of him first. Suppressing the complicated feelings in his heart, Ryosuke came to the edge of the cliff. In front of him was the endless seashore. He had explored the surroundings and there was no trace of any enemy ninjas. Even the traces on the beach when he came here were cleaned up by him while walking. He always does things carefully, in an organized and prepared manner, and cleanly. Next, they have to go by water. Looking at the sea calmly, Ryosuke slowly took off his clothes, revealing a strong body with well-proportioned muscles. Although usually, when he is wearing clothes, he looks a bit like a weak scholar because of his skin color. But in fact, without the cover of clothes, his body is full of bulging muscles, with a wild and powerful beauty. He quickly sealed the clothes temporarily into the special scroll prepared in advance. Wow! Ryosuke ran forward and jumped up from the edge of the cliff. His body drew a graceful amplitude in the air, and finally fell into the sea with a subtle sound. But it barely stirred up any waves. With this diving skill, if he participated in the Olympics, he would definitely win a gold medal. Like a fish released, Ryosuke flew far away with the thrust when he fell into the water. As a Konoha delegation, although Hyuga Hazashi and his team had to be vigilant against enemy attacks at all times, they could rent a small boat and cross the sea. But Ryosuke couldn't do that. There were too few things that could serve as cover on this sea. If he took a boat, he would undoubtedly be discovered by the people on the island. At that time, he would not be able to explain clearly to Konoha or people from other countries. So, he could only swim across. Although crossing the sea with the body sounds difficult, it is actually not difficult in this world with chakra, and most ninjas can do it. It's just that the distance is different. Ryosuke didn't even need to use chakra, and only relied on the power of the body to quickly dive into the water and swim towards the distant island. His speed may be no less than that of sharks in the sea. However, although Ryosuke swam fast, he always kept an eye on the surrounding environment. He didn't know whether there would be enemies from other countries who would do the same as him and plan to sneak into the country of waves. Although the ninja world was calm on the surface and almost no news was leaked, Ryosuke could clearly guess that their alliance plan should be exposed from the fact that they were attacked halfway. Since they were attacked halfway, it is very likely that the enemy has entered the country of waves and set various traps for them to step into. Fortunately, Hyuga Hazashi and his team have successfully landed on the island and notified Ryosuke through special means, which means that the masterminds behind the scenes do not want to provoke a war head-on. They still have reason, so they will use some means behind the scenes to try to split their alliance and make their plan fail. However, the countries involved in this alliance plan, in addition to the two major countries of Wind Country and Fire Country, there are also small and medium-sized countries such as Snow Country, Bear Country, Soup Country, and Iron Country. Although these countries are not strong, they have their own advantages in other aspects. When they unite, they are a huge force that is not weaker than the big countries. Among them, there are the Iron Country and the Soup Country, which have always been neutral. If the masterminds who intend to sabotage the alliance this time go all out to provoke a fight, the war will directly spread to the entire ninja world. It is no longer a simple matter between a few countries. Bang! On the cliff east of the Land of Waves, a pale and wrinkled hand suddenly emerged from the bottom of the cliff, and then suddenly grabbed the ground, and the strong fingers pressed 5 fingerprints on the ground. While panting, Ryosuke climbed up the cliff with his bare hands and got to the island in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Crossing the sea is not an easy task. Even with his physical fitness, it is relatively difficult. Especially after soaking in the water for a long time, it will also cause insufficient blood supply to the heart and dizziness. Ryosuke's skin is still wrinkled all over, just like a newborn baby. After observing the surrounding environment, he collapsed on the ground to rest. Nowadays, the natives of the Land of Waves have long been transferred to the Land of Fire. This is what Ryosuke once promised them, so that they can have a new home in the Land of Fire. Since it is his promise, of course it will be fulfilled. So now, in addition to the people in the alliance plan, there are people from the Seagull Shipping Chamber of Commerce on the island. After the arrival of the envoys from various countries, they were divided into several parts. Among them, Konoha was in the east, and the one responsible for monitoring the eastern sea area was undoubtedly the Hyuga in the team who was responsible for exploration. This was also the reason why Ryosuke could easily go to the island from the east without being discovered. He stayed in Sano village before to wait for the news of Hyuga Hazashi, so that he could successfully enter the scope of the Land of Waves without being noticed. After lying flat on the edge of the cliff for a long time, Ryosuke sat up. His mouth was full of the salty smell of seawater. He was wet all over and there was a strange smell in his mouth. This feeling was not good. But the focus now is not this. Ryosuke resisted the feeling of nausea, stood up and walked towards the dense forest on the edge of the cliff. While walking, he opened his Byakugan to perceive and observe the current situation in the Land of Waves. No one from the Hyuga side came to help Ryosuke, because the current situation in the Land of Waves was very serious. Each country invited by the alliance plan sent a corresponding delegation to the scene. Among them, the people of Konoha on Ryosuke's side, Sand Village and Wind Country, and Bear Country were attacked to varying degrees, especially in Sand Village, where a senior ninja had died. The people who attacked Konoha were wearing Sand Village's forehead protectors. And the people who attacked from other countries were wearing Konoha's forehead protectors. It was expected, and Ryosuke had already been mentally prepared for this. Fortunately, the representatives of the delegations of other countries were not stupid, and did not evacuate directly because of a sneak attack. Instead, they chose to continue their journey and came to this island. The message that Hyuga Hazashi conveyed to Ryosuke clearly explained what happened after they arrived on this island. Since they were all attacked and were wearing the corresponding ninja village forehead protectors, they would of course confront each other first. But when they took out the bodies of the enemies they encountered, they could recognize some people in the village from them, but they were basically rebel ninjas. For example, the Sand Village Jonin named Ikeda that Konoha encountered. In fact, as early as after the end of the Third World War, this guy was imprisoned for leaking important information about the Sand Village. Later, he found an opportunity to defect from the village and became a traitor. But of course, this kind of news could not be announced to the entire ninja world, so Konoha did not know that this guy was already a traitor. The same is true for the ninjas encountered by other countries. Some of them are traitors from Konoha, but basically they are chunin. In Konoha, ninjas who can reach the level of jonin are still relatively determined. But because of this, every jonin who defected from Konoha is extremely powerful. Although most of these attackers are traitors, there are also a few who are working ninjas in their respective villages. There is only one reason for this situation, that is, these people are spies. No wonder the news of their alliance was leaked. It seems that in order to destroy this alliance, the people behind the scenes who planned all this pulled out some nails that had been buried for many years. The nausea after landing gradually faded, and Ryosuke's eyes became clear and his thoughts became clear. From his perspective, it was easy to see that this was a naked alienation plot. After all, he always looked at things from the perspective of an observer so that he could see more clearly. But from the perspective of others, they might not be able to see through it, or even if they saw through it, they were unwilling to believe each other's words and dared not bet their sincerity on the sincerity of the alliance. So although this alienation plot was clumsy, it was indeed very effective. Under the effect of this alienation plot, the forces on the island are now divided into 4 parts. Except for the Cardo forces in the most central castle, everyone else is wary of each other and waiting for the meeting time to start in their own territory. The Hinatas in charge of the exploration work on the east side of the wave country are those who pretend not to see Ryosuke even if they see him. So Ryosuke could march through the dense forest in a swagger, approaching the camping point on the Konoha side, and by the way, he found a relatively hidden tree hole for himself and built a temporary base so that he could better observe the entire island next. Mist Village, Cloud Village, Rock Village, and even Akatsuki Organization. Resting in the tree hole, Ryosuke ate a soldier's ration pill to replenish his energy while thinking about the possibility of the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind behind the scenes may be part of these people, or it may be all of these people. After all, once their alliance is reached, the threat will be to other countries in the ninja world that are not involved. And if Akatsuki Organization also participates in this plan, then its status is quite special. After all, Black Zetsu hopes that the ninja world will be more chaotic, so as to weaken the overall strength of each village through war and pave the way for the future plan to capture the tailed beast. If you want to understand the enemy's thoughts, you need to consider the problem from the enemy's perspective. The bright white eyes saw most of the wave country. Ryosuke's eyes were a little dull, and his mind was turning quickly, thinking about the possible actions of the forces behind the scenes. He no longer had extra energy to focus on other aspects, including facial expression management. First of all, except for the Akatsuki Organization, other countries that wanted to destroy this alliance could only attack from the side, and could not attack them head-on. They had to cause chaos within the alliance without exposing their own forces, leading to a split in the talks. If not, the frontal action would only speed up their alliance, unless they could wipe out everyone on this island, but this was impossible. In addition to ninjas, there were also nobles and neutral countries such as the Iron Country and the Soup Country who came to participate in the talks this time. Besides, those who could participate in this meeting were all elites from various villages, and they could not bury all the news in the wave country. At that time, there would always be someone who could escape and pass on everything that happened to the outside world. Hatred would make the alliance come together faster. So, what should we do to dismantle the alliance from within without exposing ourselves? The wet and wrinkled body has completely recovered. Ryosuke has also taken out the clothes in the sealed scroll and put them on. After arriving on the island, he drank some fresh water on the island and ate some wild fruits. The fatigue and nausea after crossing the sea finally subsided. On the thick branch of a century-old tree, Ryosuke, who had recovered his spirit, ate an apple while leaning against the tree trunk and looking forward. In front of him, there was an extremely dense dark forest. But in fact, the world he saw with his eyes was most of the country of waves. He did not dare to observe those responsive Jonin and perception ninjas. Ryosuke could only carefully extend his insight range and selectively confirm the location and approximate number of each country. By the way, confirm that there are no enemy forces other than the alliance around. If I were the enemy, what would I do? While secretly observing the situation on the island, Ryosuke tried to put himself in the enemy's mind. The attack mission only appeared in the teams of Konoha, Sand Village and Bear Country, which means that I do not have enough people and ability to attack all teams at the same time. Except for Konoha, which did not suffer any losses and wiped out the enemy, other teams paid a huge price and won a miserable victory. So now, in the eyes of other forces, Konoha is suspected of being partly self-directed and self-acted. However, it is difficult to split the member countries of the alliance plan based on this alienation plan. So, to solve the problem, you have to solve the person who raised the problem first. This is the most intuitive and simple idea of ninjas. If it was Ryosuke who planned this destruction, of course he would not do it in this way. But now the person who planned the destruction is not him, so he has to substitute the ideas of others. But if they are thinking with this idea, Ryosuke's eyes swept across all the forces at once and looked at the center. Then, his body fell from the branch casually, as if he was not sitting firmly. But when he was about to hit the ground, his body rolled in the air like a spinning top, his toes lightly touched the tree, and he jumped forward diagonally. With a subtle burst of energy, he rushed out in the blink of an eye. The next moment, when the chakra in Ryosuke's body gathered in the soles of his feet. In a few breaths, he had left the dense forest and ran towards the center of the land of waves. What's wrong? Konoha's temporary camp. The Hyuga ninja who was responsible for investigating the situation in the east of the land of waves suddenly paused. Next to him, an Anbu ninja immediately noticed his unusual behavior, alertly blocked in front of him, and posed a fighting posture towards the nearby. Nothing, it turned out to be a hare. The Hyuga ninja smiled awkwardly and explained his unusual behavior. In which direction? The captain of the Anbu who had been hiding in the dark since entering the land of waves appeared upon hearing the noise and said in a cold voice, "The current situation cannot afford to make mistakes. I'll send a few people over to take a look." Over there. The Hyuga ninja raised his arm and pointed in a direction casually. The moment he finished speaking, several Anbu ninjas had already gone to that location in an instant. The captain of the Anbu also returned to the dark. Returning to his post, the Hyuga ninja felt a little uneasy. Of course, there were some wild rabbits and dogs in the direction he pointed. But in fact, the reason why he was abnormal just now was not because of the noise caused by the wild rabbits, but because Ryosuke, who had been under his observation, actually went to the center alone. This made him a little anxious. But the Hyuga who was in charge of the handover would not come for some time. Under the close watch of the Anbu around him, he could not have any other abnormalities. Not to mention exposing Ryosuke's whereabouts. "I just hope you don't make trouble." The Hyuga ninja suppressed his inner uneasiness and watched Ryosuke's figure leave his observation range. On the other side, after rushing out of the dense forest, Ryosuke carefully avoided the camp of Konoha. Although he relied on the help of the Byakugan and the Hyuga clan, he could easily hang at the back of the team all the way. But if he approached head-on, it would test his stealth ability. Among a bunch of old-fashioned Chunin and Jonin in Konoha, Ryosuke was not arrogant enough to sneak in without being noticed, so he chose to sneak from the edge of the camp of the Snow Country to the castle in the center. The Snow Ninja of the Snow Country was gradually cultivated in recent years by Funghua Nutao in order to seize power, and there is no rich inheritance of knowledge. Although they can show good strength by relying on some special ninja tools, their own ninja quality is not high. So he is more confident to sneak into the center from the Snow Country. And the fact is that the Snow Country's Funghua Nutao didn't notice Ryosuke's passing by, and even the Snow Ninjas who were responsible for exploring the surroundings didn't find anything unusual. In this way, Ryosuke came to the ancient castle with some history smoothly. Cardo is currently on the top floor, preparing for the next negotiation meeting of the alliance plan. The 3 senior ninjas he hired at the beginning are guarding him next to him. And there are no other people on the top floor except them. Ryosuke approached and observed, then looked down. The middle floor is the meeting place at that time. Because this floor has been arranged, it is also very quiet, and there are almost no people. The bottom floor has the most people. All the guests and Ronin under the Seagull Shipping Chamber of Commerce are acting as servants, and many tables and chairs are placed, which seems to be a place for dining and dancing after the meeting. Everything seems normal, and there is nothing unusual. But with the experience of the human puppet that exploded last time, Ryosuke did not lower his attention in his heart because of the superficial calmness, and continued to observe everything carefully with his white eyes. He carefully confirmed every table, every chair, and every person. Obviously, there were no puppets among these people, and there were no human bombs at the beginning. Did he guess wrong? Ryosuke continued to observe in confusion. Cardo was the core of this alliance plan. His industry will be used as a rope to tie several countries together tightly. While being protected by them, they also work for them. Therefore, in the absence of a way to destroy the alliance from the ninja side, they are likely to start with the target of the Seagull Shipping Chamber of Commerce. Although regular ninjas, under the negotiation agreement of the nobles of major countries, will not attack ordinary people in most cases. But after all, they don't even want to show their faces. Even if they kill Cardo and others, no one knows who did it. Even if everyone knows it, without definite evidence, it is very open. Just like when the Hidden Cloud Village sent people to Konoha to kidnap people, if it weren't for Hinata who captured the person, it is very likely that the people of the Hidden Cloud Village would not compensate and might even bite back. Wait, but at this moment, Ryosuke's eyes suddenly paused on the top level, that is, Kado. He seemed to know what those people's plan was. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. The mastermind behind the scenes was planning in the simplest but most effective way. And for this candidate, Ryosuke also had an answer in his mind. There is a more important issue around Cardo that has been ignored by Ryosuke. That is, the 3 jonin he hired are all traitors. Kinoshita of Iwagakure, Akutagawa of Sand Village, and Aden of Yuguku. Let alone the others, 2 of them are the traitors of Sand Village and Yuguku in this alliance. Although they are currently on the same line of interest with the alliance, they have the protection of Cardo, and Sand Village and Yuguku will not take action against them during the negotiation. But nothing is absolute. After all, Ryosuke doesn't know why they defected. Whether they will change their position as ninjas and betray their employers is also hard to say. Since arriving at Wave Country, Ryosuke has done a lot of things. And the sky has completely darkened. It is already late at night, and today is about to end. After staring deeply at the top floor, where Cardo is, Ryosuke slowly left the vicinity of the castle. So far, the 3 rebels have not revealed any flaws. Although he has the ability to kill them without anyone noticing, he has no reason to attack them for the time being. Regardless of whether the 3 of them have ulterior motives, they are all Cardo's people now. If they die in the castle for no reason, it will have a great impact on this alliance. However, it is certain that even if they have ulterior motives, they have no intention of taking action for the time being, otherwise the solitude just now would be the best opportunity. After leaving the castle, Ryosuke came to the empty fishing village. He randomly found a broken house and pushed the door open, sitting directly on the dusty ground to rest. Regardless of whether the 3 rebels have ulterior motives, as long as they have the possibility of threatening this plan, Ryosuke will definitely take action. Even if they had no hatred or grudges before, this is how the world is. It can only be said that the positions are different. However, the time to take action is not now, and the 3 of them have a greater role. What Ryosuke needs now is to rest up and wait for the meeting tomorrow. The beginning of the alliance plan, the first day when the forces of the alliance countries arrive. Everyone spent the night in a tense and vigilant state of mind. The alliance plan could not be delayed. The next day, representatives of various forces came to the castle in the center of the island to meet as agreed. Because of the number of people in each force, it was impossible for all members to be present. After all, it was not a war, but a meeting. Therefore, the number of people present was limited. In addition to the nobles who could participate in any number of people, the number of ninjas was limited to 3. For example, the 3 ninjas who appeared on the Konoha side were Mizuto Kado-en, Hyuga Hazashi, and the captain of the Anbu. The remaining other Chunins, Hyuga Iroha, and the captain of the Root Corps were all on standby at the Konoha camp to confirm the safety of the east of the Wave Country. This is our Konoha Hokage advisor, Mizuto Kado-en. As the first to enter, Cardo stood at the door of the castle to welcome the visitors from Konoha. As someone who had already met once, Hyuga Hazashi acted as an introducer. He first introduced Midoman-en from Konoha to Cardo, and then began to introduce the representative of the Land of Fire. As a businessman, Kage was not timid at all. He chatted with the people of Konoha very outgoingly and guided them into the castle. Then, the people of Sand Village entered. In addition to the nobles of Wind Country, the representatives of Sand Village were Ebizo as the elder and the accompanying Jonin Maki and Yura. Although before today, their various forces had been wary of each other. But since they were all willing to come here, there should be a formal meeting. Besides, the Iron Country and the Hot Spring Country, as neutral countries, were just behind. And at the moment when Hinata Hazashi and others stepped into the castle, at the moment when the people of Sand Village followed them into the castle. In the dilapidated hut in the fishing village, Ryosuke, who had been in a state of concentration, opened his closed eyes. But after a night's rest, his eyes were not relaxed and bright, but bloodshot, and looked very tired. But even so, Ryosuke looked extremely excited. If he was not sure yesterday whether the three rebels would take action, whether they had any ulterior motives, and what the forces behind the scenes were that wanted to destroy the alliance plan, then today, he had roughly grasped everything. Ryosuke's white eyes had been opened unconsciously. He once again saw through the future. And he saw through the future that was very close to the reality. He saw everything that should have happened today. Dispatch some people to pay attention to the south of the island. The south is guarded by the Bear Country and the Soup Country. Their strength is relatively weak. If other forces appear in this sea area, they are likely to start from this side. This is the reason why you will command next. While standing up from the ground, Ryosuke temporarily controlled Hyuga Iroha, who was far to the east of the island, through his illusion ability. During the control process, he communicated with his consciousness, the identity of the enemy forces is likely to be Iwagakure and Kumogakure village. I will only tell you this information. Don't expose it to anyone, especially the guys from the route. He didn't even need to introduce himself. This ability is no longer a secret in the Hyuga team. They are ready to be controlled by Ryosuke at any time. I understand. Although Hyuga Iroha was a little confused about the sudden content, he still followed his command and began to act. Ryosuke had already made up the reasons for commanding the team for him, and it was not difficult to actually implement it. Leaving the house, Ryosuke neatly found a place with a wider view to sit down. He disconnected the control of Iroha and began to extend his target to the next person. Inside the castle, the meeting has not officially started yet. With the mediation of Kage, a shrewd businessman, the atmosphere among the various countries was quite harmonious, and each of them introduced their identities and the forces they represented in a friendly manner. When they were about to start the meeting, and Kage had even asked Akutagawa next to him to distribute the plan, something strange happened. Akutagawa, who was originally smiling and intending to hand the plan to Ebizo of Sand Village, suddenly changed his face. His body turned neatly, and a silver light flashed in his hand, and the sharp kunai had already slashed towards Kage. His face was still full of smiles, and he was looking forward to the next cooperation. Kage didn't react to what happened. There was a sharp pain in his neck, and then his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. Go! But Akutagawa's action was not over yet. After killing Kage, he shouted while quickly distanced himself from everyone and made a seal. The sharp wind escape ninjutsu was swung out from the long sword in his hand, and he slashed towards the Konoha team with a gesture of tearing everything apart. But it seemed that because he was in a panic and didn't control the strength well, his attack did not hit the people of Konoha, but instead cut the table in two. Then, he broke out of the window and ran away directly. On the other side, although Akutagawa's two companions didn't understand why it was different from the plan, they still followed him and moved to the edge of the wall in an instant, and also broke out of the window. Everything happened very quickly. Out of instinct, the forces of various countries retreated away from each other at the first time, but they didn't chase the three murderous rebels. And at the moment when Kage lost his voice, it seemed that something was untied in his body. On an isolated island far away near the land of waves, a strong man with bronze skin and full muscles slammed the table. What's going on? How come the plan is advanced? Calm down, fourth Raikage. A dozen huge ships were docked on the edge of an isolated island very close to the land of waves. On one of the large ships, the fourth Raikage, who was on the deck and ready for battle, slammed the table in front of him and broke it into pieces. The most important thing now is to consider what will happen next. In front of the fourth Raikage, a short old man with a red nose said with a stern face, "Are we going to fight or not?" "Fight. Of course we will. Are we going to watch them form an alliance?" The fourth Raikage's temper suddenly rose. What are those three rebel ninjas doing? Did they pick up their Jonin forehead protectors? Don't they know that although the opportunity to fight is urgent, we can't rush it? When he spoke, his heavy breathing sounded like two air columns were about to burst out of his nose. The advance of the plan had a great impact on them. Although Kinoshita did something stupid and betrayed the village, he is indeed an excellent Jonin. There must be a special reason that led them to act in advance. Compared to the hot-tempered Raikage, the older Tsuchikage Onoki is obviously calmer. But fortunately, they won't kill Cardo before we gather the ninja army and arrive. Although it's a little early now, it's not impossible. Since we want to fight, let's gather our forces quickly and attack the land of waves according to the original plan first. The Seagull Shipping Chamber of Commerce is the core of their alliance this time. Now Cardo is the Chamber of Commerce. The leader of the alliance died in advance, so this alliance cannot be completed for the time being. Quote, "Before the Chamber of Commerce selects a new leader, we must seize the opportunity and disrupt the alliance forces according to the original plan." Of course I know. Looking down at the Tsuchikage, the fourth Raikage turned around and looked at the cloud-hidden ninjas behind him. Follow the original route, all put on Konoha vests and forehead protectors, and quickly rushed to the land of waves. Yes, the loud response came from the mouths of each ninja, and then they turned into black shadows and left instantly towards other ships. I just hope the plan can go smoothly. Onoki also ordered the people of Iwagakure to change into Konoha costumes. However, his eyes looking at the land of waves were full of worry. The curse seal they planted on Cardo was on his body. His death will serve as a prelude to the action of destroying the alliance. But now this scene has happened ahead of schedule. His years of experience have told him that this time the plan has been planned ahead of schedule, which is definitely not simple. However, facing the development of the alliance plan, they can't do nothing. In the distance, from Onoki's perspective, the wave country, which looks like a small black bean, is like a quietly woven spider web, waiting for them to go there. Akutagawa, explain clearly, why did you take action in advance just now? On the island of the wave country. From the castle, the three rebel ninjas who killed Kato evacuated the central area without any danger. Under the leadership of Akutagawa, they came to a dense forest. But soon, Adon and Muxia blocked Akutagawa with angry faces, preventing him from moving forward. Kato has a curse mark on him. His death means the plan will be launched. Do you know what you did? Compared to Adon, a Jonin from a small ninja village, Kinoshita, a rebel ninja from Iwakage village, obviously has more say in the trio now. Fortunately, we retreated early, otherwise we would have been killed. He gritted his teeth when he spoke. If they were not the only three independent forces on the island, he would have wanted to attack Akutagawa directly. But unfortunately, facing his questioning, Akutagawa in front of the two seemed to have heard nothing and stood there at a loss. Akutagawa, without thinking, looking at the expression on Akutagawa's face, Kinoshita and Adon subconsciously retreated a little further away from him. Obviously, Akutagawa's current situation is not right. Although it is not clear what happened, this may be the reason why he took action in advance. But before the two of them could think more, they did not have the opportunity to be alert to the surroundings. An irresistible gravity suddenly descended from the sky, like a meteorite falling from the sky, directly suppressing the two of them, lying on the ground like two dead dogs. This pressure is invisible, making it impossible to guess and dodge. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking rang out from their flesh. Then, blood was squeezed out of the pores, nostrils, ears, and eye sockets under this sudden pressure. Boom! In the huge noise, the two Jonin didn't even have a chance to react, and were directly crushed into the soil. Even from beginning to end, they didn't know who caused all this. Among the three, only Akutagawa, who looked confused, survived. But in his eyes, he seemed to turn a blind eye to everything, and still stood there stupidly. It's really unfair, just like cheating. Looking at the two pieces of meat that were almost crushed, Ryosuke slowly walked out from his hiding place. He was not a person who would talk nonsense in a battle. This time it was a real battle. He chose to use the pressure of the Byakugan without hesitation to directly kill the two people here. Because the situation was more urgent, Ryosuke did not hold back at all. And the result was that the two Jonins were like fragile tomatoes and were easily smashed. This made Ryosuke feel that he had begun to break away from the professional scope of ordinary ninjas and began to move closer to the group of people hanging on the wall. As for the remaining one, Ryosuke put his eyes on the stupid Akutagawa again. He had not even broken away from the illusion constructed by Ryosuke. In the mental space, his consciousness was still completing the meeting, and he had no idea that in the outside world, he had already killed Cardo. Almost without stopping, Ryosuke's figure moved quickly and rushed to the south of the Land of Waves, while Akutagawa also ran in another direction under his control. He shouldn't die here, otherwise there would be no explanation for how these two pieces of meat died. First, appease the people of various forces. The idea is that there are foreign enemies who intend to destroy this alliance. During this process, Ryosuke was still communicating with Hyuga Hazashi, who was in the castle, making arrangements. Let someone find the butler on the first floor who directed the Ronin to place the tables and chairs. The Seagull Shipping Chamber of Commerce must have more than one person in charge. Hurry up and find another person to be the consul to complete this meeting and the signing of the alliance book. What happened in the future? It doesn't matter, because Ryosuke already had a rough framework for this matter in his mind. He could see the future, but it only solidified his grasp of this framework. If he didn't see it, Ryosuke could have completed everything relatively smoothly. At least in the future he saw, everything went smoothly today. Even if there was an emergency, he could stop it in the first place. It turned out that the death of Cardo was the unfolding of the enemy's plan, which Ryosuke didn't expect. He also knew about this when the two rebel ninjas questioned Akutagawa. Before that, he used illusion to control Akutagawa's actions, just acting out what he saw exactly, but a while in advance, and making corresponding preparations. First, attack the ninjas outside Konoha, and evacuate immediately after the attack is completed. On the warship heading to the Land of Waves, the 4th Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage simultaneously issued orders to the ninja troops behind them. They are now preparing to carry out the plan to destroy the alliance from the south of the Land of Waves as planned. As for the deployment of various forces in the Land of Waves, they are very familiar with it because they have spies arranged inside. Therefore, they have formulated a more detailed sabotage operation and even a subsequent plan to take over the alliance. The essence of any war is actually to achieve a predetermined goal, which is specifically manifested in the military, political and economic goals of the war. In general, the war ends when one party in the war achieves the predetermined goal. In special circumstances, it is also possible that neither party can achieve the purpose of the war and stop the war through compromise. There is a need for a reason for the development of any matter, and the same is true for war. If we can successfully destroy Konoha's alliance plan this time, our Land of Lightning is willing to cooperate with your Land of Earth. Standing together at the head of the big ship, the 4th Raikage crossed his arms and looked into the distance. At that time, we will lead the alliance plan and form an alliance with other countries. With the power of the alliance, we will also redefine the boundaries of this ninja world. His tone was very yearning, as if he had seen the future ninja world, unified by them. I hope so. For the arrogance of the 4th Raikage, Onoki was always worried, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. It's a pity that the people of the Hidden Mist village never gave any response. Otherwise, if our 3 major countries united, even if we really failed, we would not be afraid of the alliance country's revenge. He said with some regret that if the Land of Water joined, then this action would become extremely safe. But unfortunately, since the Land of Water closed its doors to the outside world, it has rarely responded to contacts from the outside world, which made their news never get in. Konoha thought of something that none of them thought of, and also did something that they did not do. That is, through substantial interest binding, the allies who had no trust were tightly linked together. The primary action of their action this time was to destroy their alliance and avoid being hit by the allies in the future. The secondary action was to replace Konoha and Sunagaku, who were leading the plan this time, and seek greater benefits for themselves. When the 4th generation Raikage and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage were leading people to the Land of Waves at full speed. In the castle of the Land of Waves, Hyuga Hiyashi had already found another person in charge of the Seagull Shipping Chamber of Commerce under the guidance of Ryosuke. Or in other words, it was another Cardo. The person in charge of this Chamber of Commerce has always been named Cardo. The person in charge who was killed by Akutagawa before was just a candidate for successor. Although he is also a candidate, he is qualified to represent the entire Chamber of Commerce to make money for us, so don't expose him. Ryosuke's reminder was still echoing in his mind. Although Hinata Hiyashi didn't quite understand why Ryosuke knew all this, it didn't affect his trust. I believe you have seen on the way here that our alliance plan has been exposed. Regardless of the fact that the person in charge of the Konoha delegation this time is Mito Kato-en, Hyuga Hizashi stood up and said, I know that because of some of the experiences along the way, you don't trust us Konoha very much, and even think that we are directing and acting. But please understand that when we came here, when you insisted on coming here even if you were attacked, we were already determined to face possible dangers, and determination for the alliance. Although the Shipping Chamber of Commerce still has a substitute leader present due to internal institutional reasons, I believe that the attack plan just now is a bad start. It is very likely that some behind-the-scenes forces who do not want to see our successful alliance will launch some final measures, and these measures may be desperate. So I beg you to sit down again, complete this alliance as soon as possible, and give us Konoha a little trust in the crisis that may exist next. Of course, it is impossible to rely on a few words to make the delegation representing various forces calm down and trust Konoha. Otherwise, the entire ninja world would have united together long ago. But Hyuga Hizashi's words really alerted them. Kato's death is definitely just a beginning. Many people cannot predict what will happen next, but they can realize it. Maki, you rush back to the camp immediately and tell them to be ready. As the only two elders present, Ebizo's reaction is not slow despite his age. But, on the contrary, Maki, as a senior ninja, was a little hesitant. He looked at the other teams present and was a little worried about Ebizo's safety. I believe that you should also send some people back to the camp to inform the current situation, right? Ebizo did not persuade, but turned his attention to the other people around him. With him taking the lead, the others did not hesitate, and sent their own men back to the camp to inform them to prepare for the battle. And Maki did not hesitate in this situation. Then, let's start the meeting again now. Seeing Ebizo so decisive, Mito Kato-en did not continue to hide, and walked up from behind Hinata Hiyashi. Regarding the business plan, I think we can reschedule it later. The situation is more serious now. Let's talk about the two most important aspects of benefits and costs first. After a reasonable allocation, confirm the alliance as soon as possible to ensure mutual trust in order to deal with possible emergencies next. As he spoke, he pulled a chair again and sat in front of the wooden table that was just cut by the wind blade. I agree. Ebizo nodded and pulled a chair to sit down. The two of them each lifted up the wooden table on one side and put it together. I agree. Then, it was the other people from the Iron Country and the Hot Spring Country. Just now, this alliance plan was carried out under the maintenance and guidance of the dead Cardo. Now, it is the forces of various countries who have taken the initiative to lower their status and negotiate. Although it seems the same, there are some differences in essence. Most of the deployments have been completed, and the various forces on the island are already on high alert. At this time, Ryosuke was squatting on the branches of a big tree, recovering his chakra while observing the sea in the south. The long-term illusion control and the burst of pressure just now consumed a lot of chakra. In order to maintain the best condition for the next battle, he needs to rest. As for Akutagawa, Ryosuke has already dealt with the people, and no one will find his body. I have prepared everything, It's almost time to enter. Chapter 91. When a fleet of more than a dozen ships that looked like pirate ships appeared on the sea south of the Land of Waves. Ryosuke slowly stood up from the tree branch, his eyes looking through the mountains and rivers, locking onto the huge fleet. Compared to the sneaky exploration when he followed the team, this time he didn't care about being discovered by the enemy forces, and he unscrupulously set his sights on every ninja on the fleet. This group of people did not hide their whereabouts at all, just to land on the island and kill faster, and they had no intention of hiding. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Be prepared. Remember, notify people from other forces first. On the island, the Hyuga clan members who had been prepared and staring at the sea in the south also saw the fast approaching warships, and reacted immediately and began to run to notify. When many ninjas wearing Konoha vests and Konoha forehead protectors jumped into the sea like dumplings, landed steadily on the sea, and then stepped on the sea water and rushed towards this side. Konoha, Sand Village, Tang Ninja, Snow Ninja. On the cliff south of Wave Country, there are people from various forces. They all look down in a somewhat strange way at the poor performances in the black mass. It is obviously a battle that needs to be prepared, but their mood is very subtle now. It's like watching a group of clown-like people pretending to show their performance art. When they know in advance what kind of actions the enemy forces may take, their mentality is the same as Ryosuke, calm and even a little bit want to laugh. Yes, they already know in advance that some people may plan to put on Konoha's vests and rush to the island to destroy the alliance. As for the situation on the island, neither the 4th Raikage nor the 3rd Tsuchikage knows. In addition to the distribution of various forces on the island and the map of the geographical environment, they don't know much. Although they have 3 spies at the level of Jonin within the alliance, in fact, since the major forces have landed on the island, they have rarely received intelligence reports. Did they notice our arrival so quickly? And the sensing range is so far. Do the Bear Country and the Hot Spring Country have such sharp sensing ninjas? Standing at the bow, the 3rd Tsuchikage looked at the distance. As he approached, it was no longer a black bean-shaped island, but an island with a rough outline. When Ryosuke and the others detected them through sensing ninjutsu, they also sensed their perception. Although the ship was made of special materials that could shield perception. But when the ninjas jumped off the ship and stepped on the sea to run towards the territory of the Wave Country, they were already exposed to the other party's vision. It's really a bit fast. The 4th Raikage also realized this problem, but the situation is still stable. Their alliance has not been completed yet. The inside is like a group of loose sand, and it will be easily carried away by our hurricane. In his heart, like Onoki, a trace of worry rose. But although he was worried in his heart, he couldn't show it on his face when the war was about to start. He could only pretend to be confident and say some encouraging words. Along the way, it was Konoha that attacked them, and the 3 rebel ninjas who were given the task and wearing Konoha forehead protectors who killed Kato were also the ones who wore Konoha forehead protectors. Their alliance may have been torn apart, and they had even started fighting each other before we arrived. The 4th Raikage tried to think positively. It is not easy to replace Konoha and Sunagakure while destroying the alliance. The most difficult thing to do is to make other forces in the alliance feel bad about their 2 countries. Obviously, this kind of thing is not easy to do. No matter what, this time it must succeed. Onoki also nodded and spoke firmly. Although both of them had some bad premonitions in their hearts. But they have come here, and even the 2 of them have come to the battlefield in person, so there is no reason to be timid. No matter what conspiracy or trick, the final outcome is still determined by the next battle. This, a crucial battle. But you say, will they come? The 4th Raikage suddenly spoke. Turning his eyes around, the endless sea. Maybe. Onoki answered uncertainly. While they were talking to each other, the ninjas who rushed down the fleet and charged towards the land of waves from the sea were already ready for battle under the leadership of their captains. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Under the command of their captains, the ninjas who were good at water escape quickly formed hand seals. They did not intend to wait until they got to the island before taking action. This was a simple sabotage operation, and they did not have to worry about the lives of anyone on the island, so all they had to do was to do their best to cause damage to the island as Konoha. Being on the sea, the power of water escape ninjutsu will be increased to a certain extent, which is the best attack to start the battle. The galloping ninja army is like a surging wave, and as their chakras are connected and released, a huge dragon like a train gathers from under the sea. Struggling to swing its dragon tail in the water, it seems to have intelligence, swimming freely on the seabed, stirring up the already turbulent sea surface. Roar! Near the cliff of the country of waves, it suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the sea, and the huge and ferocious dragon head roared like a beast, crashing towards the small island of the country of waves. On that terrifying face, even every dragon whisker was condensed under the precise control of the chakras of each senior ninja. The power of ninjutsu erupted under the performance of this joint ninjutsu is no weaker than the power of the gods in the legend, and has the power to directly destroy the island of the country of waves. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. Wind style, vacuum great ball. The battlefield seemed to be divided into two sides at this moment. On one side was the joint ninja army of Kumogakure and Iwagakure on the sea. On the other side was the Alliance ninja army led by Konoha standing high on the cliff of Wave Country. The former fire dragon reappeared, and this time with the help of other ninjas in the Alliance. This fire dragon was more majestic than the battle on the cliff. Driven by the wind style of the Sand Village ninja, the fire became more and more intense, and it also rushed towards the water dragon with unstoppable momentum. On one side was the blazing red flame, and on the other side was the deep blue sea water. The two giant dragons that seemed to exist only in various myths and fictions continued to condense under the gathering of chakra. Finally, they collided in the air. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The next second, a strong air wave spread in all directions with these two dragons as the center. Boom! The huge sound was like thunder, as if the gods in the sky were angry about the disputes in the world and gave a warning. On the sea, many ninjas of the Union Alliance were blown back, or they failed to control their chakra and fell into the water. The same was true for the Alliance ninjas on the top of the cliff. Under this indiscriminate air wave, many of them were thrown to the ground. Snap! The two huge chakras offset each other in the air, and dense seawater fell from the sky, pouring on every ninja like rain. It was hot, but there was no way to dodge. However, at this time, no one screamed loudly or even escaped because of the burning sensation. At the moment when this war broke out, everyone was mentally prepared to sacrifice. The next moment, one by one, the Union Alliance ninjas with strong murderous intent rushed to the top of the cliff. The Alliance ninjas on the top of the cliff also drew their sharp weapons at them with red eyes. A war broke out. The warm winter sun was obscured by clouds. The cold colors gave the battlefield a sense of tension. The slippery rocks that were difficult to stand on, the turbulent sea, and the steep cliff top. All these terrains that made it impossible for ordinary people to fight were nothing to ninjas. As long as the control of chakra was accurate enough, even the cliff edge, which was washed by the sea for many years and was slippery as if coated with oil, could also be used as a fighting place. The crisp sound of metal collision. The roar of ninjutsu interweaving with ninjutsu. The roar of fear of not daring to face death. Many voices sounded like a symphony on the battlefield on the edge of the land of waves. Huang Tu, the son of the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki and the combat commander of the Iwagakure team this time, was a little fluctuating in the face of this chaotic battle. Not far away from him, the commander of Kumogakure, Darui, was also the same. There were many reasons for their fluctuations. First, many ninjas from other forces appeared in the direction originally guarded by the Bear Country and the Hot Spring Country. Although it takes time for them to appear from the sea and rush over. But because they gave up hiding and pursued speed, this time was not long, that is, less than 3 minutes. These 3 minutes were definitely not enough for them to notify people from other forces to come and assist. So it seems that these people had long anticipated their arrival, and had made preparations in advance, calling on forces guarding in other directions to come and help. Secondly, they did not see any ninjas dressed in Konoha on this battlefield, or in other words, the ninjas of Konoha took off the forehead guards and vests representing their village and mixed in the crowd. And the purpose of doing this should be to distinguish them from those who pretended to be them. As time passed, as they frequently found the faces of Konoha ninjas in the team of the Alliance Ninja Army, especially those from Hyuga, Wangtu and Darui felt a little flustered. Because this was very different from the original plan, it seemed that the Alliance Ninja Army not only expected them to come and attack, but also noticed that they would attempt to disrupt the Alliance in the identity of Konoha Ninja. Fortunately, only the two commanders knew about this battle plan, and even the other senior ninjas in the team were unaware of it. So at present, the entire Union Coalition team is relatively stable, and there is no instability in the morale of the army. However, for this reason, they never dared to let the coalition team attack the island, but only fought on the edge. They were all waiting for new instructions from the third-generation Tsuchikage and the fourth-generation Raikage in the rear. On the warship at the rear of the battlefield, Onoki and I looked at each other in silence. Since even you have been dispatched, then the Jinchuriki in your village. Finally, Onoki broke the calm. The current situation is not optimistic. The enemy dared to continue to form an alliance while noticing their entire plan, which made them hesitate whether to continue this war. No, but before he finished, I shook his head and interrupted him. The Jinchuriki is the foundation of the village. If this operation fails, he will be the new guardian of the village and resist the oppression of the alliance. I can't bring them here. What a madman. Onoki's eyes were stunned. He didn't expect that the fourth Raikage was ready to sacrifice here. You are a great Tsuchikage, you don't have this much magnanimity, do you? You should know what the alliance means to us countries outside the alliance. I glanced at him, and then looked at the battlefield farther away. You are old, and you have even forgotten the stubborn will that you once carried out. His tone was sarcastic. Don't provoke me with these words, young Raikage. Onoki was not moved by his words. Speak of some practical solutions. It is impossible for us to bury everyone on this island. As long as someone can pass on the news here, their alliance will always exist, and the first target will be us. The Raikage continued his words, but if we don't take action, they will also form an alliance and may attack us. Then what do you say? Onoki looked at him and actually had the idea of retreating in his heart. In fact, this battle does not need to be fought. In addition to the forces in the Wave Country, there are many forces that are not involved in the ninja world today. If they unite, they can also form an alliance, but at present, there is still a lack of a bridge. Wait, but the Raikage obviously had no idea of retreating. He folded his hands and stared at the battlefield in the distance. There are still some people who have not appeared yet. His voice was full of determination, with the meaning of breaking before building. At first, Onoki didn't understand what he meant. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Are you still not going to attack? Ryosuke muttered to himself. He was a little impatient. His current location was a distance away from the battlefield, between the center and the edge of the Wave Country. At this time, Ryosuke was sitting on a thick branch, observing the direction of the battle while waiting for the mastermind behind the Union coalition to appear. But the battle has continued until now, and the other side does not seem to want to attack. But to be honest, this large-scale battle has brought a great shock to Ryosuke. Although the number of people is only less than 1,000. In terms of the population base of a country, a war with this number of people sounds like a fight between ordinary villages. But in fact, the momentum they fought was completely comparable to Ryosuke's previous life, with missiles, tanks bombing the battlefield. Compound ninjutsu, joint ninjutsu. Single ninjutsu rarely appears on the battlefield, more as the cooperation between companions, using more complex and more sophisticated techniques. Under the continuous bombardment of such techniques, the cliffs on the edge of the land of waves have been broken off, no longer standing tall as before, but like a landslide, and full of devastation. In a war of this magnitude, not to mention the cliffs, even the dense forests further behind have been reduced by more than half. The burning forest fires surrounded the battlefield with choking smoke. I believe that the war will soon affect Ryosuke. As long as either party does not stop, this country and this island may sink directly to the bottom of the sea today because of this war and disappear from the ninja world, just like the Whirlpool country in the past. I really underestimated these ninjas. Looking a little dazed, Ryosuke did not feel the cruelty or bloodiness of this war, but only the changes in the level of power. Since he mastered the new power of the Byakugan and easily gained the strength to defeat the Jonin, although Ryosuke did not rely on this power, he would more or less despise the profession of ninja. After all, the upper limit of ordinary ninjas in terms of power performance is very low. Even Jonins are also very fragile without developing special bloodline limits. But in fact, when Ryosuke really faced the war, he realized that his previous thoughts were a bit too one-sided and arrogant. Not everyone can ignore the difference in numbers like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even as strong as the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, or the third-generation Raikage with a body like steel, they can only die of exhaustion when they are outnumbered. Even if Uchiha Itachi now descended on this battlefield and opened the third form of Susanoo regardless of the loss of pupil power, he could not resist the technique of the joint ninja army. At least just now, Ryosuke saw a lot of joint ninjutsu and compound ninjutsu, and the power of their use was no less than that of Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, which he had seen through the future. Ryosuke did not rely on the comics or animations he had seen, he only believed what he saw. After all, he was facing a real world. But the more this happened, the more he could not wait for the upcoming battle. But it was a king versus a king, a general versus a general. If Ryosuke wanted to take action, he had to wait for a good opponent. The main force of the Alliance Ninja Army is undoubtedly Konoha. Taking off the vests representing Konoha, in order to facilitate the identification of their companions from other villages, they mixed in the crowd and showed completely different strength from people from other villages. Whether it is Hyuga Iroha, a Jonin, or the children of the Sarutobi, Ino Shikacho, Utane, etc. families, they all showed qualities and talents that surpassed people from other villages. But all this is not only their own abilities, but also Ryosuke is observing the outcome of the entire battle from a bird's eye view. 500 meters to the left rear, a team of snow ninjas needs support. Take the sand ninjas within 150 meters to your left with you. The commanders of the Union Coalition are the senior ninjas Huangtu and Darui. They are at the rear of the enemy, on a reef under the cliff. Try to find some people to break through. 800 meters to your right, a team of enemy troops is gathering. They seem to want to use joint ninjutsu again. Orders in an orderly manner sounded in the minds of every Hyuga clan member. Most of the time, they only need to follow the orders given by Ryosuke and command the others around them to charge forward. Many of the Union Coalition forces that originally wanted to use geographical advantages to attack other forces such as Sand Ninjas and Tang Ninjas were predicted to act in advance. When they arrived at the planned location, they were faced with only the ninjutsu bombing that the Alliance Ninja Army had already prepared. With the illusion ability brought by the Byakugan, Ryosuke extended another ability in this incident in the Land of Waves, that is, ultra-long distance consciousness communication. This secret technique is somewhat similar to the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique, but the principle is completely different. Originally, Ryosuke only used his body to communicate with his consciousness in the process of controlling other people, thereby achieving ultra-long distance communication. But later, as he became more proficient in the use of illusion abilities, he gradually became able to only transmit consciousness without controlling their bodies. In this way, Ryosuke can communicate with them through consciousness without affecting their own control over their bodies. And the use of this ability is more economical in consumption than illusion. With Ryosuke, a battlefield commander who can see the overall situation and think carefully, the Union Coalition can be said to be retreating step by step. When the war lasted for a while and the ninjas of the Union Coalition never dared to expand the front line, Ryosuke guessed the general idea of the enemy commander. After the Alliance Ninja Army showed a performance that was completely inconsistent with their plan, they could not grasp the reality, so they planned to keep the retreat route. And this safe strategic plan means that they will not go all out, so Ryosuke has no chance to fight for the time being. So, Ryosuke stopped waiting and focused on the control of the battle situation. Since the Union Coalition planned to keep the retreat route in a safe way, he had to disrupt their position and make them lose control of the battle situation without knowing it. It is not difficult to do this. The simplest way is to expand the battle circle without anyone noticing. At the same time, cut off their channels of communication with each other. Without the guidance of the battlefield commander, although each team was led by a senior ninja, as long as they had a proper grasp of the situation, they could completely break up the enemy's collective strength. Is there any news from the rear? While waving his long sword neatly and killing several ninjas who sneaked over from the edge of the island and planned to attack them, Darui watched anxiously as more and more teams in front of him lost contact. He was a little unsteady. The same was true for Huangtu not far from him. The continuous war continued to spread, until the end, even Huangtu and Darui, who were the commanders, were deeply involved. The Kingdom of Waves was like a big net, entangling them without them realizing it. They knew clearly that the Alliance Ninja Army in front of them was not simple, and seemed to have seen through all their conspiracies and tricks. So as commanders, they wanted to control the front line at the edge of the Kingdom of Waves so that they could retreat in time when unfavorable situations occurred. But unfortunately, the other side seemed to have noticed that they were controlling the battle circle, and took advantage of some psychological changes during combat to lure most people into the island step by step. When they woke up, the scope of the battle circle had expanded to most of the island, and many Union Alliance ninjas were trapped in the center of the battle circle and lost contact. But unfortunately, the ninja in charge of the communication shook his head. From the moment the war started, the two behind were like two small mountains, standing at the front of the warship motionless, and did not even give any more comments on the report of the battle situation. Clenching his fists, Darui turned around and looked at the warship where almost no one could be seen. Send the retreat signal, prepare to evacuate. After a moment's hesitation, he turned his head without hesitation and looked at the yellow earth next to him to make a decision. But he is not as big as the Tsuchikage. Huang Tu frowned and looked at him, just about to refute something. But before he could finish his words, Darui interrupted him. I am the boss of our cloud-hidden village now. I choose to retreat. If you don't follow me, then I have no choice. Although the Alliance Ninja Army also suffered casualties, compared with the Cloud Rock Alliance, they only relied on their eyes to see that the other side's losses were much smaller than theirs without actual statistics. And there are more teams trapped in the island and no news. This kind of unclear battle situation will only result in unnecessary sacrifices if it continues. Even if the Raikage did not give the order to retreat, even if he would be held accountable afterwards, Darui decided to issue the order to evacuate. Huang Tu clenched his fists and opened his mouth again to say something. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted again. Bang, bang. The hot signal fireworks soared into the sky, making a deafening roar. But this was not the order to retreat they issued, it was from the center of the island. They reached an agreement. Darui turned his head in disbelief. No, impossible. Cardo is dead. Without the shipping chamber of commerce as a middleman, how can they form an alliance? Huang Tu also did not believe this. The vigilance between ninjas is more defensive than that of ordinary people. If an alliance can be made without actual interests as a bond, the form of the ninja world would not be what it is now. But no one could answer their question. The enthusiastic shouts from all over the island explained everything. On the other side, Ryosuke saw all this. As the battle circle continued to expand, he had changed his temporary position and came to a dilapidated fishing village not far from the central castle. At the end of the coalition, Ryosuke, with his white eyes, has become the flag bearer who looks at the chessboard. Although the chess pieces he can control at will are only those on Hyuga's side. But as long as every Hyuga follows his command to lead the ninjas around him, he can easily control the entire Alliance ninja army and thus control the rhythm of the battle. This is a very subtle feeling, like playing a panoramic virtual infiltration war strategy game. However, Ryosuke needs to be responsible for every Hyuga person in this process, and there is no way to absolutely ignore it and win the smallest war loss with the lives of a few people. The alliance plan has been successfully achieved, and new combat forces will soon join the battlefield. This battle is about to end. Pass this news and ignite the last excitement of the coalition. When Hyuga Hazashi and others in the castle finally negotiated the distribution of various interests and officially signed the agreement, Ryosuke immediately passed this news to every Hyuga clan member. The big net he spread out has gathered enough enemy troops. Now, he needs to ignite morale and do the finishing work. Konoha ninjas, follow me and charge. Kill all these pirates. Sunagaker, assemble and counterattack with all your strength. Tang ninja, samurai group. Since the alliance has been successfully reached, the temporary commanders of one force after another are no longer too vigilant about the allied forces around them, and the team begins to truly unite. Then, Mitomen En and Ebizo in the center of the castle set off the second and third signal fireworks at the same time. This is. Ryosuke stared at the two fireworks behind with some confusion. The first one represented that the alliance had been reached, but what did the second one notify? But then, he seemed to understand something. Whoosh. Several figures wearing Konoha vests were speeding on the southern sea surface some distance away from the land of waves. The speed was comparable to a car speeding at 120 yards. Among them, the short Sarutobi Hiruzen was very conspicuous because of his old age. When the signal fireworks symbolizing the alliance were lit on the island of the land of waves, he was already ready on the nearby island. After Mito Kato En lit another signal, he immediately rushed out of the island with the Anbu people and rushed towards the land of waves. However, in addition to the signal fireworks on their side, another kind of fireworks rose from the center of the island. It seems that the Kage of the Sand Village has the same plan as him. On the other side, On the western sea surface, there were also several ninjas wearing sand village vests running fast. The fourth generation Kage Rasa suddenly appeared in the team. The shadow of Konoha village and the shadow of Sand village also arrived on this battlefield. Alliance is a very important thing. In the past, every time a ceasefire agreement was reached, the Kages of each village would arrive at the battlefield to meet to ensure the authenticity and reliability of the alliance. And this time was no exception. Just like battlefield commanders are often at the back of the team, as the people in power, they are destined not to be able to charge like ordinary ninjas. Unless they are extremely sure of winning the war. Otherwise, once something happens to them, the forces they represent will be leaderless. In such a severe period of war, it is likely to cause great losses. So whether it is Mitomen or Rebazo, they are just a test team as a forward outpost. In fact, even if they cannot complete the mission of the alliance, as long as they ensure that other forces do have the intention of the alliance, then the third Hokage of Konoha and the fourth Kage of Sunagakur will take over, increase the importance of the representative forces to this alliance, and try a second meeting. But now that the alliance has been successfully reached, they are no longer hiding and are ready to rush to the scene as soon as possible. Stop. Suddenly, when Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped into the sea area of the Land of Waves, he shouted coldly. In front of them, several figures rushed towards them from all directions. Swish! Sarutobi Hiruzen and several Anbu behind him stopped moving forward in an instant with strong control. The powerful impact caused a small wave to rise near them, but it soon returned to calm. Fourth Raikage, I didn't expect you to come too. Hiruzen's face full of age spots wrinkled as he spoke. His cloudy eyes stared at the man who suddenly appeared not far away. The alliance has been reached. It's meaningless for you to destroy it at this time. The voice sounded dry and hoarse, like a deep well that had dried up. Behind him, the ninjas of Konoha Anbu were ready, picking up kunai and blades and entering a state of combat readiness. Third Hokage, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to become like this. Standing opposite, the fourth Raikage spoke calmly, but his eyes were extremely hot. Even you, who is called a ninjutsu doctor, can't resist the erosion of time. You are old. Why don't you make a little contribution to the rise of my Kumogakur before you retire and lie in the coffin? In this way, you can also have the honor of becoming an indispensable great man in the history of my Kumogakur. Your Kumogakur's style of doing things is really as arrogant as ever. I think someone from the fourth Kage has also gone there, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen half squinted his eyes. The young Kage is in his prime, but he is much more difficult to deal with than me. Aren't you afraid that your allies can't stop him and bring this news to the Land of Waves? He saw the plan of the Kumogakur village without even saying it clearly. No matter what the temporary result of the alliance is, they just want to use a tough attitude and use his head to exchange for the dominant position of the alliance and replace Konoha. However, except for the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village, he did not see anyone from other forces around. It seems that Luo Sha on the other side has encountered the same blockade as him. We are just a temporary alliance. If I take down Konoha and the old guy Tsuchikage does not replace the Wind Shadow, then we don't mind changing the target of cooperation to Sunagakur. The fourth generation Raikage spread his hands indifferently. During the conversation, the Hidden Cloud village ninjas farther away had used a simple ceiling barrier technique to separate this sea area from the Land of Waves. Turning his head to look at the light blue fluorescence beside him, he seemed very proud. The war in the Land of Waves is still going on. Even if you, Konoha Hyuga, have time to expand your perception around, you will be blocked by this barrier. The hero of the ninja world. I want to see today, who is stronger between you and the Golden Flash. At the end of his speech, the chakra in his body had already surged substantially. This is the preparation of the fourth Raikage, although the people in their entire village seem to be simple-minded. But in fact, they are no worse than any other ninja village in terms of overt conspiracy. Beside him, other Kumogakur ninjas also burst out extremely powerful chakra. Ninjutsu. Muttering and taking a half step back, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully observed the chakra on the surface of the fourth Raikage's body, trying to figure out the way and changes of the chakra. But before he could take a few more glances, the fourth Raikage disappeared from his sight in an instant. So fast, there is no need to think too much. Years of combat experience allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to dodge from where he was originally standing. And the next moment, a figure like lightning has replaced his original position, and a punch is thrown into the air. Swish! The powerful energy blasted out from the fist, bringing out a whole wave of spray. Ding ding ding. The actions of the two also meant that the battle had begun. Kunai and shurikens were launched from all directions, thrown by the Kumogakur ninjas, and rushed towards the position re-selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other side, the Konoha Anbu also threw out ninja tools in time to block these shurikens. Within the range of the light blue barrier, the battle was divided into two parts in an instant. The 4th generation Raikage and the 3rd generation Hokage. Kumogakur Anbu, and Konoha Anbu. The nature change of the lightning attribute has almost reached the extreme. This is a ninjutsu that incorporates the nature change. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dodged the punch of the Raikage in an instant, half-crouched on the sea. He also turned his head from time to time, or moved his arms, avoiding the kunai and shurikens of other ninjas by a little bit. Just a simple close contact, Sarutobi Hiruzen intuitively felt the secret meaning of the Raikage's secret technique from the process of dodging just now. This is an amplification secret technique that stimulates the activation of the body through lightning, and stimulates the conduction speed of nerves through lightning chakra, thereby achieving a two-way improvement in speed and physique. You are worthy of being called a ninja doctor. Seeing that the essence of the secret technique was revealed after just one encounter, the 4th Raikage smiled excitedly and said, "Then next, can you still see my movements clearly?" The moment the words fell, a larger and more substantial chakra burst out from his body, like a layer of light blue armor, covering his body. The crackling sound of lightning kept flashing on the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, he had once again come to Sarutobi Hiruzen and swung a fist as big as a casserole and charged. But unfortunately, even if his speed was increased again, this punch was still dodged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What can't be seen with the naked eye can be felt. Years of combat experience have made Sarutobi Hiruzen's combat consciousness already above that of a Jonin. This kind of physical instinctive consciousness cannot be affected by physical aging. One chases, the other hides. The two are like inseparable, glued together people in shadows. Every new place where Sarutobi lands will be quickly caught up by the Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a Hokage, are you only able to dodge and tolerate? While chasing, the Raikage roared like a beast, and his clothes had been torn into pieces by lightning. Wrapped in bronze muscles, he was like a cheetah staring at its prey. The range of the barrier is not large. The fight between his own ninjas and the Konoha Anbu ninjas has already caused all kinds of ninjutsu to fly. But those techniques can't break his lightning chakra armor at all. Therefore, there is no need to spend time dodging like Sarutobi Hiruzen to avoid being accidentally injured. But even so, the Raikage still can't catch this clever old monkey. The opponent can always avoid his attack trajectory at the moment he is about to touch. And facing the powerful chakra output and sound interference of the 4th Raikage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkled face was calm, and he just frowned slightly. The opponent's increased chakra output means another increase in speed and physical defense, which he could expect. Even the inner fluctuations it brought to him were not as intense as at the beginning. The 4th Raikage's words were mocking, so there was no need for him to care. After all, this was a battle between life and death. Compared with the Raikage's body in his prime, Sarutobi knew that his physical functions had declined with age. It is very likely that his attack can only cause trouble to the opponent, but the opponent's attack is enough to kill him. So, he has been waiting for the best time to fight back. It looks like a very steady battle rhythm, perhaps because of his age, but his fighting style is worth learning. In the distance, the Hinata who could not see through the barrier mentioned by the Raikage was standing upright on a reef by the sea, observing this battle. The Byakugan cannot see through the barrier. Maybe it used to be like this. But that was only because the research and development of the Byakugan by Hyuga had not yet reached a sufficient level. When these eyes appeared in Ryosuke's eyes, he could no longer use the usual information to judge. When Mitomen-en lit the fireworks signal, Ryosuke roughly guessed that he wanted to notify someone. Since even the Hokage advisor called out the team to be the one to be caught, there is no doubt that only the 3rd Hokage has this air and power. So, When the big net covering the Union coalition began to shrink and stabilize the war situation as the alliance was reached, Ryosuke left the dilapidated village in advance, circled the other side of the island, and observed the movement of the sea. Not surprisingly, he found the trace of the third Hokage. But he seemed to be entangled. Arrogant and provocative words came out of the fourth Raikage's mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the other party wanted to kill him to achieve his own goal, and Ryosuke was the same. This was the first time Ryosuke met the fourth Raikage. The first impression was that he was a person who had deviated from the conventional ninja path, at least completely different from Ryosuke himself. Ryosuke doesn't like to speak in battle. His experience from many biographical novels in his previous life told him that talking too much in battle will kill him quickly. The ninja manual of the ninja school also states that you should never talk too much to your enemy in order to vent your inner emotions when you shouldn't. That is irresponsible for your life and mission. But this does not mean that the Raikage is a stupid person. On the contrary, he is a rough but delicate person. He is using words to interfere with the enemy, which is similar to the fighting method of Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. This is a relatively alternative fighting method, but all of this is based on the fact that his lightning chakra armor can help him resist most of the offensive. Compared with the fourth-generation Raikage, Ryosuke prefers the fighting method of the third-generation Hokage. Although they belong to the same Konoha village and it is not the first time they have met. But this is the first time he has seen Sarutobi Hiruzen take action. The shaky body that seemed to be dying of old age at any time burst out with unimaginable strength and speed. He dodged the attack of the Raikage with extremely subtle movements. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have accurately calculated where the opponent's attack trajectory would fall and what range the lightning on the surface would affect, and controlled the movement of his body extremely finely. It can be said that this is the ninja who has fought to the extreme since Ryosuke came to this ninja world. Originally, he planned to control his Unit 2, that is, Mitomen Soji, to temporarily leave the battlefield on the side of the Wave Country and rush to Sarutobi Hiruzen to provide support. But now, he is reluctant to disturb this battle. The light blue barrier rose on the sea surface. The range was not large, but there were only a few figures inside. Yes, only a few. The battle between ninjas was very fast. It was only less than a few minutes since the battle began, but dozens of ninjas from Kumogakure and Konoha had lost their voices and sank into the deep sea. Some of them died in the fight, but more of them were affected by the fight between Sarutobi and the others. Even if there were one or two Jonins in it, it was the same. The blood dyed the ocean red. Although the shadow is a position, it represents the highest authority of a village. But it also represents that the shadow is a level that is stronger than the Jonin. Those who can often serve as shadows in a village are all super ninjas who are famous in the ninja world and are crowned with the title by countless ninjas. They have a certain degree of insight in ninjutsu, illusion, and physical skills, and have some secret techniques that belong to them, so their comprehensive strength is generally above the Jonin. In Ryosuke's eyes, the other ninjas within the barrier seemed to have become some wild flowers and weeds. The ninjutsu they performed in the battle with each other, whether it was a composite ninjutsu or a high-level forbidden technique, could not affect the two people in the center of the battle. Instead, their number quickly disappeared in the battle between the two. It was like two wolves biting each other rushed into a pile of hares. An inadvertent move could kill the fragile hares. There were actually only two people trapped in this barrier. The others were just a few insignificant embellishments. Sorry. With the roar of chi, the fourth Raikage's fist mixed with lightning hit his own cloud-hidden ninja. With just one punch, the man was blasted out and hit the barrier. Then, the unlucky guy lost his voice like a puddle of mud and slowly fell into the deep sea. Even if it means killing people from your own village, you don't care. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a lot of thoughts in his mind about the ruthlessness of the fourth Raikage's methods. From these actions, he saw the fourth Raikage's determination to kill him. You can only run away. Cunning monkey. Even without a respectful title, the fourth Raikage was so angry that he directly called Sarutobi Hiruzen a monkey. Don't expect to delay time, someone will come to save you, you won't last until then. Whether it was his own Kumogakure ninja or the enemy's Konoha Anbu, in this not-so-large battle environment, there were records of people dying under his pair of thunder fists. In such a tight battle, the Raikage could not hold back. As long as he could leave a punch on the third Hokage, it would be very likely that the scale of the battle in front of him would tip to his side. It was not clear whether he or Sarutobi Hiruzen understood this. So, he could only say sorry to the people in the village in his heart. In this battle, no matter what it cost, even his own life, he must win. This was also the awareness he had determined since he came to this battlefield. Heavy flow. The chakra gathered in his elbow and swung towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like a duckweed crutch, but he dodged it by turning sideways. Deep Fury Thunder Axe. The Raikage figure suddenly fell in the sky, his feet mixed with lightning, and he kicked down from top to bottom. But what was raised was only the raging waves. Fire. His move was very large, and while Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged, he had a chance to catch his breath. He just raised his hand to quickly seal, but before the chakra in his body could flow into the art, the Raikage approached again at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Thunder level Chi-O-Mai. It was not the sharpness brought by the change of wind attribute. The Raikage relied on the sharp hand knife of his body to slash at Sarutobi Hiruzen and interrupted his ninjutsu. Elbow strike, whip kick, hand knife. The continuous physical attack gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. Mastering the change of the nature of thunder attribute chakra to the extreme, combined with the change of chakra form and physical skills, the Raikage's agile fighting style is like a cheetah on the hunt, but his body is like a violent gorilla. He was desperate and chased Sarutobi Hiruzen with an extremely brutal and wild fighting rhythm, not giving him any time to seal. The range of this barrier was not large to begin with. In the blink of an eye, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor the Raikage had any teammates around them. There were only the two of them left in this barrier, and the seawater mixed with rich blood under their feet. There's no way, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I need your help. The endless entanglement of the Raikage made Sarutobi Hiruzen have no chance to distance himself. The next moment, a real ape tore through the space and came into this barrier. There was no much communication. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had many years of combat experience with Sarutobi Hiruzen, jumped up and down the moment he appeared. With his huge body, he stood in front of Sarutobi. Facing the Raikage who was pressing step by step, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to use the summoning technique to summon his old friend who had been with him for many years to help. This summoning technique, which was only possible with the blood contract, could be completed instantly under the two restrictions of forming seals and controlling chakra to form a technique. Boom! But the next moment, before the Sarutobi Hiruzen could even open his mouth, the Sarutobi demon who had just blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly knocked away by the Raikage's punch. His huge body smashed into the barrier, causing the barrier, which was no longer under control, to loosen a little. Compound Ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Compound Ninjutsu, Thunder and Water Dragon Bullet. But in this short period of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen used it well and opened up the distance. While using the Shadow Clone, 2 Compound Ninjutsu, that is, 4 techniques of changing the nature of chakra that were mastered to the extreme, were formed in an instant. The same posture and the same ability are different when used by different people. Just like the Byakugan, the technique, ability, body, and spirit are just tools. What really determines all this is the consciousness of the user and the user's awareness. The dragon whiskers as thick as tree roots fluttered up, and the hideous water dragon bathed in thunder and lightning, crashing towards the Raikage who had just blasted the ape demon away. The crackling sound of the electric current was extremely harsh, and the momentum was enough to be compared with the chakra armor covering the Raikage. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone also formed a seal and spit out muddy water like ink from his mouth. The muddy water condensed into the same hideous dragon shape on the water surface, but this earth dragon was completely different from the water dragon that looked like a real dragon. It was like a statue, with its bloody mouth open, and a stream of fire that was hot enough to burn everything spurted out of the earth dragon's mouth. One moving and one still. 2 giant dragons with different forms and properties attacked the Raikage in their own way. Although the ninjutsu used by Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as good as the joint ninjutsu used by the entire ninja army, the difference was almost the same. At least it was definitely not something that could be resisted by a single force. And the Raikage also realized this. He did not choose to resist, but in an extremely strange posture, he kept flashing in the barrier, avoiding the pursuit of the 2 giant dragons, and tried to get close again. The third generation of Hokage has a high level of ninjutsu attainment, which is a recognized fact in the ninja world. In other words, the third generation of Hokage was very powerful in both long-range ninjutsu and close-range physical confrontation when he was young. But because of his age and declining physical function, his close combat ability was obviously limited by his body. So at the beginning, the Raikage set up a barrier to limit his range of movement, and directly burst out his strongest lightning chakra state to stimulate cell division and nerve conduction speed, and increase his movement speed. He didn't want to give the third Hokage any chance, and planned to take advantage of the opponent's disadvantage to win the battle. But in the end, he still failed to kill the opponent in a short time. Roar. This is the roar of a real beast. Although the two dragons are powerful, they are still far behind the Raikage in speed. When the Raikage dodged the pursuit of the two dragons and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen to punch him, the demon appeared again, and the huge beast body punched with the same wild force. Boom! The fists collided with each other, and the powerful energy spread around with this man and beast as the center. Even the nearby barrier was slightly affected. The figure of the Raikage flew backwards. But the demon also retreated several steps, and the distance he retreated was farther than the Raikage. This time, the Raikage was slightly better. But even so, it completed its mission, which was to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen as a turret. The summoned beast of the Sarutobi clan, the Sarutobi demon, has an indestructible body. Although it is not indestructible, its hardness is the same as that of the special chakra ninja tools. Therefore, even the Raikage cannot defeat the opponent with just one punch. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was protected by the Sarutobi demon, seized the opportunity again. The two dragons rushed towards the Raikage from two directions with an unstoppable momentum. Although the nerve conduction speed has reached the limit of this body, and although the Raikage's combat awareness is extremely mature, in this case, he can only dodge the impact of the water dragon. Immediately afterwards, he was hit head-on by the hot flames of the earth dragon flame stream. Bathed in the fire stream, even with the powerful thunder release chakra armor, the Raikage also felt the heat in his body, transmitting at a very fast speed. Enduring the momentary tingling pain, he controlled his body to escape from the fire stream. Most of the sensory nerves were lost under the burning of the heat stream just now. On the surface of his body, bubbles of different sizes appeared in the blink of an eye. He had lost his human form and looked like a monster crawling out of magma. His bronze skin became even more pink, and the Raikage could faintly smell the fragrance of meat from his body. What a terrible ninjutsu! If he stayed a few more seconds, he might have been washed into a charred wood like black charcoal. With only a thought in his mind, the Raikage escaped from the fire stream without any hesitation or retreat, and continued to rush towards Sarutobi Hiruzen regardless of the pain in his body. Life and death had long been put aside. The aftermath had been arranged properly. This little injury was nothing. He was going to bite the bullet even if his arms and legs were broken. This time, he came with the determination to destroy the Alliance's plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Holding back the pain that spread all over his body, Sarutobi Hiruzen squeezed out 4 words from between his teeth, his eyes burning with fire, more passionate chakra bursting out from his body, and he instantly rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time, the Sarutobi demon who had just been knocked away had no time to help. In this barrier, the fastest one now is the Raikage. Triple Luo. Bang! Hit by the Raikage's punch, Sarutobi Hiruzen only had time to raise his arm to block in front of him, and he didn't even have the chance to make a seal. Then, the air seemed to condense. When the Raikage burst out of his fist with explosive chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't resist it at all, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball and slammed into the barrier. Crackling. It was during Sarutobi Hiruzen's collision that the barrier was directly shattered like a mirror. Die! A roar came from the Raikage's mouth. He did not relax because of the successful attack, but instead burst out with a more ardent fighting spirit again, approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, and punched again. The bloodshot in his eyes was as dense as a spider web. The heat brought to the body by the direct heat flow just now is still continuing, and it is transmitted more scorchingly in the high-speed movement. But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as this punch is thrown, Sarutobi Hiruzen will no longer be able to fight back. The Hidden Cloud Village will replace Konoha and participate in the alliance. Lying helplessly on the sea, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only watch all this. Although the condensed chakra blocked some of the force, his arms were still broken by the punch just now, and most of the bones were broken. Although he could still make hand seals despite the pain, his speed was not as fast as before. Not to mention, he didn't even have time to stand up now, and the figure of the Raikage had instantly appeared above him. The scorching breath emanated from the Raikage's body, and his body blocked all the sunlight. All Sarutobi Hiruzen could see was his fiery eyes. It's a pity. I haven't seen Naruto grow up yet. It would be great if he could have the strength to become his successor now. Facing life and death, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that he had no fear at all. Instead, he only felt regret and exhaustion. He was tired. As the longest-serving Hokage, he was really too tired. If he was young, it would be nothing for him to face the fourth Raikage, but he didn't know when his body function had declined to the point where he had to be restrained even in a battle. If Minato was here at this time, perhaps everything would be different. The news that he died here was passed back to the village, and the old guy Danzo should be very happy. After all, there was no one in Konoha who could suppress him anymore. All kinds of problems that he had thought about and avoided, at this moment before his death, all appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, and he thought a lot. But the thoughts were only in a moment. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became firm. The burden of the village made him unable to lie down like this and face death. He suddenly stood up from the sea, intending to pull the fourth Raikage down at the risk of his life. As long as the fourth Raikage also died here, he believed that Konoha's position in the alliance would still be there. Unfortunately, no one could have imagined what would happen in the next second. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Ordinary ninjutsu, which seemed extremely ordinary B-level ninjutsu under the light of various composite ninjutsu and coalition ninjutsu on the battlefield of the two armies, was shining brightly at this moment. In mid-air, the fourth Raikage, who was about to throw the last punch, was suddenly knocked away by a sudden giant dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure in front of him in confusion, looking at this ninja who had no forehead protector and vest to confirm. But soon, he recognized from the face of this person that this was a kid from the Mitomen family. Where did this scum come from? Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Raikage, whose last punch opportunity was destroyed, was obviously more annoyed. Although he had the lightning chakra armor, this ordinary B-level ninjutsu was not a threat to him, but this water dragon actually pushed him away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. But the sudden ninja did not react to the emotions of the two. He remained silent, and after his figure landed on the sea, he rushed towards the fourth Raikage. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted and ordered. Now he and the fourth Raikage were both seriously injured, and the situation was different from when the barrier was still there. One more person means one more force. But Mitomen Soji turned a deaf ear to it. If it was his own consciousness that controlled this body, he might have listened to the command of the third Hokage obediently. But unfortunately, the one who controls this body now is Ryosuke, who is far away on the island of Wave Country. That's right, in the later stage of the battle between Sarutobi and Raikage, after both of them suffered a certain degree of injury, he finally prepared to grab the head. How dare you, a nobody, face me? The fourth Raikage was already furious. He looked at the ninja who suddenly appeared and rushed towards him fearlessly, and laughed in anger. His figure appeared next to Mitomen Soji the next moment, and punched him. This was his speed, a speed that even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not keep up with. But neither he nor Sarutobi Hiruzen expected that Mitomen Soji seemed to have anticipated his move in advance and dodged to the side. By the way, he also used a kunai with wind attribute chakra to slash at him. Swish! An extremely harsh metal friction sound was heard. Even though it was covered with wind attribute chakra, Mitomen Soji's attack could not pierce the armor on the surface of the Raikage's body. But this was also within Ryosuke's expectations. He did not study the wind attribute deeply. Among the various attributes of chakra, he only studied the changes in the nature of yin attribute chakra more thoroughly. The others were just getting started. Asshole! Roaring, the fourth Raikage swung his elbow. But again, this attack was avoided. This time, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the fourth Raikage were stunned. The first time could be said to be a coincidence, but the second time, it was definitely not a coincidence. They all saw something familiar from this suddenly appearing ninja. That's right, it was the fighting method used by Sarutobi Hiruzen when he tried to avoid his attack when the Raikage and Sarutobi Hiruzen fought just now. Relying on the combat consciousness to predict the action in advance, dodge in advance with a very small movement amplitude, thus effectively making up for the lack of speed. But this requires a very strong combat consciousness and extreme control over the body to achieve this, which is a realm that even many Jonin cannot reach. What level is this guy who suddenly appeared? The Raikage was very confused. Taking advantage of the fourth Raikage's hesitation for a second, Ryosuke controlled Mitomen Soji's body, turned his back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and exerted force in an extremely strange way. Chakra burst out from his body, and the sharp kunai mixed with wind attribute chakra stabbed at the lightning armor again. And this time, a crackling sound came from the lightning armor that the Raikage was proud of, followed by the sizzling sound of the kunai piercing the flesh and stirring the flesh. Bang! The pain in the flesh brought the fourth Raikage back to his senses. The next second, he waved his palm like a hand knife and cut off the entire arm of Mitomen Soji holding the kunai. Mitomen Soji had no expression on his broken arm, and once again took out a kunai from the ninja bag with his other hand, waving it to try to attack the Raikage. This is a means of attack that uses the technique of soft fist and uses kunai as a cover. Ryosuke has achieved the penetrating power of soft fist with the body of an ordinary person. And this is why he gave up long-range combat and chose to fight the fourth Raikage in close combat. Compared with ninjutsu combat, close-range combat gives him a better chance of injuring the fourth Raikage. Using a body that is not his own, Ryosuke did not leave any way out and seemed very indifferent. He is a very selfish person, and his emotions can only rise for a few people. This is truly reckless. Looking at the attack of Mitomen Soji, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance had such an idea in his mind. He didn't seem to see any emotional fluctuations on the other's face, including the increasing number of injuries on his body. In addition to the broken arm, his abdomen was also directly pierced in the fight with the Raikage. But even so, the other party still seemed to have no pain at all, fighting with the Raikage, exchanging injuries. Tsuruma, stay by my side, his target is me, don't let Soji be distracted. After finally standing up from the sea, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Tsuruma, who came to his side. The damage caused by the punch just now was not just the two arms when resisting. When the desperate momentum dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the weakness inside his body. Under the violent collision just now, his body was also damaged. This is very fatal to the elderly. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a ninja, and the decline in various functions is considered strong, otherwise he might really sleep for a long time. But even if the battle situation has some advantages now, he has no idea of relaxing at all. The target of the Raikage is him. As long as he is still alive, he can bring psychological pressure to him, which is helpful to Mitomen Soji. And if the Sarutobi demon is asked to help, with the speed of the Raikage, there is a chance to bypass the two and attack him directly. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was not sure to block the opponent's attack again. Compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen's nervousness, Ryosuke seemed very relaxed. He was enjoying this battle. Dodge, swing, block the retreat. No pain, nerves, no worries. The extremely subtle operation allowed Ryosuke to use Mitomen Soji's body to the fullest, and all the values of his body were beyond the limit they should have been. He was excited in the battle and honed the fighting techniques he had learned. He benefited a lot from watching the fight between the two just now. In the process of learning, he clearly mastered Sarutobi Hiruzen's fighting skills and also understood the attack methods of the fourth Raikage. Unless he can change his fighting habits in a short period of time, the Raikage can only use his speed to escape, otherwise he can only be killed by Ryosuke in a way of exchanging injuries. Give up resistance, Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hoarse voice came from a distance. But there was no response. No one spoke provocatively in the battle. The battle had lasted for an hour. The high-intensity battle brought physical and mental fatigue. As time passed, the consciousness of the fourth Raikage became heavier and heavier, and the lightning chakra armor on his body disappeared. He was no longer as calm as when he fought the third Hokage, and there was no way to speak back. He was seriously injured in the battle with the third Hokage and had little strength. Then, He tried several times to bypass the madman in front of him and cut off Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, but his actions were repeatedly stopped by the Tsurumo guarding him. The continuous and extreme burst of the lightning chakra armor just now had left the fourth Raikage with very little chakra. The result of the chakra not being able to keep up, which meant that his speed began to decrease. As the speed slowed down, the wounds on the fourth Raikage's body became more and more, because the madman was always chasing him. The new ninja in front of him, whose origin was unknown, launched a fierce attack on him without fear of death, and each attack could inexplicably penetrate the chakra armor on his body, causing effective damage to his body. Although in the process, he also left irreversible injuries to this strange guy, and even the wounds on his body were heavier than his own. But, in front of the fourth Raikage was a bloody man who was completely unrecognizable as a human. Although the blood on the bloody man's broken arm had stopped bleeding, there was still a blood hole in his abdomen that was constantly bleeding, and even his face was cut by his hand knife. This guy was like being fished out of a pool of blood. But even with such injuries, this guy always maintained the rhythm of the battle and was not affected at all. The cold eyes of the robot in front of him, who seemed to be tireless and painless, made the Raikage feel a little desperate. Yes, despair. In fact, he had to thank Sarutobi Hiruzen's Earth Dragon Fire Stream for burning some of his nerves, reducing his 5 senses including pain. He might have been unable to stand due to the pain. Having long been prepared to die for the hidden cloud village, the Raikage was not afraid even when facing such a dead man. But in the process of entanglement, the Raikage slowly became desperate. He couldn't kill him. He couldn't kill him at all. As the wounds on his body increased, his body became heavier and heavier. The Raikage felt that even if he cut off the limbs of the guy in front of him, as long as the vitality of his body had not been lost, this guy would open his mouth that could no longer be closed and bite off a piece of meat from him. Facing such a person, even an inhuman beast might be deterred. Stop joking. But the more desperate he was in his heart, the more uncontrollable the Raikage's mood became. How could I, a dignified Raikage, die in the hands of a unknown junior like you? He roared on, his face covered with blood and sweat. Driven by emotions, the chakra in the Raikage's body also surged, like the last wave. The sudden surge in speed caught Ryosuke, who was far away in the land of waves, a little off guard. He didn't have time to control Mitomen Soji's body to react before he was beheaded by the Raikage. Then, the body was completely torn apart. The sudden outburst of the fourth Raikage was like the protagonist's outburst because of some aggrieved things. This is something beyond the data and cannot be inferred by common sense. Sitting on the reef, looking at the battlefield in the distance, Ryosuke murmured, and the fluorescence in his eyes gradually faded. He had lost control of Mitomen Soji, and the opponent's body was completely dead. In Ryosuke's calculations, as the battle progressed, he would become more and more familiar with the use of the third Hokage's fighting skills, and then integrate them into his own fighting rhythm, and the fourth Raikage's actions would become easier for him to see through as his injuries worsened. The fact is, just as he thought, the opponent's body function began to decline, whether it is physical strength or chakra, they all lost quickly. As long as he continues at this pace, the fourth Raikage will be exhausted to death by him. But unfortunately, humans are very strange creatures, and in some cases, constant data cannot be used for calculation. The explosion of the fourth Raikage was not within his expectations. However, it was just that he failed to take this head. As for the subsequent things, Ryosuke still had a stable grasp. Because, the fourth Raikage is not the protagonist after all. It is already very powerful to be able to burst once in a last-ditch effort, which is beyond Ryosuke's expectations. Hoo. The heavy panting sound came from his nostrils, and the fourth Raikage looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away with powerlessness and unwillingness, and then looked at the Tsurumo who had been guarding him closely beside him. He raised his arm with the little strength he had left, and opened his palm to try to grab the figure. But his vision was getting blurrier and blurrier, and he could feel his vitality fading away with the last burst. He had clearly made preparations, and he was sure of killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, but just like his father, the third Raikage, he was killed by a bunch of idiots. Oh no. That guy was really strong, and he was no longer just an idiot, but a mad dog. Although everything in front of him was extremely blurry and his body was extremely weak, the Raikage was very calm at this moment, with a sense of detachment from everything, watching the world as a dead person. But in the end, he still failed to complete the task. Unfortunately, the village's obsession prevented him from leaving as a dead person with complete relief. Bye, I hope you can protect our village. This is the burden he carries, a burden he has taken on since the moment the Raikage was called. His body gradually became cold, and the Raikage seemed to have stepped into the snow country that was not illuminated by the sun all year round, but he never felt fear in his heart. When Ryosuke no longer relied on Mitoman Soji's vision, but used his Byakugan to look at their battlefield. The fourth Raikage had lost his voice. His body stood upright on the sea, and as the chakra slowly flowed away, it slowly sank into the sea. Until the last moment of his life, he still stood straight, staring at the enemy in front of him with his eyes open, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the third day after the alliance was reached, Ryosuke returned to the village ahead of Konoha's team. The victory and defeat of the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Kage was even more lasting than the battle between the Hokage and the Raikage. In the end, after the war was over, it ended in a draw under the siege of the Alliance ninja army. The death of the fourth Raikage also meant that the identity of the Union coalition was exposed. In other words, the coalition had positive evidence and could use the evidence to attack other countries. But this did not happen. After confirming the identity of the Cloud and Rock Coalition and the death of the fourth Raikage, the two neutral countries of Iron Country and Soup Country put forward a new requirement for the alliance, that is, to stop all acts of war, including revenge against the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. They believe that the two villages should be made to pay the price through negotiations, compensation and other more stable methods. And this proposal was agreed by other countries except the Fire Country. However, except for the two neutral countries who really have the idea of peaceful coexistence, other countries have their own thoughts. In terms of the current national strength of the country, the national strength of the Fire Country is fully capable of suppressing any country in the alliance, including the Wind Country. If they take this opportunity to start a war and take down the Thunder Country and the Earth Country, then the next dispute they will face is within their alliance. They are not sure to face the Fire Country, which is clear to all small countries, and the Wind Country. So they did not intend to take the opportunity to cause trouble, but wanted to rely on the support of the Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce to stabilize development and strengthen their own national strength. Since the other countries in the Alliance have made such a request, the leaders of this team, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitoman N, will certainly not turn against it on the spot, so they also accepted this request. This is also within Ryosuke's expectations. This peace is what he wants and is the reason why he facilitated this alliance. So far, the alliance incident has come to an end. After the situation stabilized, Ryosuke did not stay for long, but left the Land of Waves first and prepared to return to Konoha. There is nothing for him in the Land of Waves anymore. After all, he has been in the dark from beginning to end, and he does not want to participate in the subsequent talks of the alliance by controlling certain people. But on the way back, he was sorting out this incident. First of all, the Akatsuki organization, which he had been on guard against, did not appear. But it is also true that the plan to collect the tailed beasts has not officially started. The people in their organization have always been hidden before, secretly accumulating financial resources and materials. In order to reduce the detection and attention of the eyes of various countries, they will definitely not participate in this dispute. And Obito, the more reckless guy, is still controlling the fourth Mizukage, stirring up trouble in the Hidden Mist village to avenge his Rin. Black Zetsu has also been with him. Therefore, the Akatsuki organization and the Land of Water have never shown up in this war. Secondly, the fourth Raikage passed away. The internal situation of the Hidden Cloud village is not as complicated as that of Konoha. The position of Raikage has always been held by the people of the Night Moon clan. The fifth Raikage is likely to be inherited by Darui as in the original work. After all, he served as a battlefield commander in this war, which shows that the fourth Raikage has been training him. Instead of taking the position of Raikage after making merit and showing some performance in the Fourth Ninja World War. However, this is just Ryosuke's speculation, and the specific situation needs to be determined by time. Finally, it is the matter of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's injuries were no longer a problem after the medical ninja's treatment, Ryosuke always felt that he seemed to have some changes in his mentality because of the defeat in this battle. From Ryosuke's brief observation in the Land of Waves, he felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen might take some actions after returning to the village. At least, he would arrange the candidates more carefully in the selection of the next Hokage. The summer sun was a bit scorching, especially at this time near the afternoon. The entrance of Konoha village was full of cicadas. Looking calmly at the familiar entrance of the village in front of him and the yawning garrison ninja in the guardhouse next to him, Ryosuke felt a little complicated. Although the time he left this time was shorter than the previous 2 times. But in fact, what he experienced was far more complicated than before. In terms of strength, it was improved because of the battle. During this trip out of the village, Ryosuke mastered a more mature combat awareness and techniques, and even had a relatively direct confrontation with a seriously injured Kage. Moreover, he mastered the new ability of the Byakugan, which is communication in consciousness. This is a new ability born by chance after the Byakugan's ability is combined with Yin attribute chakra. I'm back. Before returning home, Ryosuke has communicated with his father, Hyuga Hiyashi, who is waiting at the gate of the clan. On his face, the cold eyes that had been there since the Battle of the Canyon softened. It turned out that the speculation after returning to the village last time was true. This father of his really has been sweeping the floor at the gate of the clan every day since he left, waiting for him to come back. This feeling of having someone waiting to go home at home is very subtle, but not bad. Ryosuke. In his perception, Hyuga Hiyashi, who was sweeping the floor at the gate of the clan, suddenly stopped his movements. He first opened his Byakugan vigilantly and scanned the surrounding situation. Then, he spoke with some disbelief. "It's me," Ryosuke replied, and his figure quickly sneaked into the village. He was already impatient to return to his family, to his home, to see his relatives. Hyuga Hiyashi was obviously very excited about the news of Ryosuke's return, and he didn't say a word for a long time. It was not until Ryosuke was about to arrive at the clan's land that he spoke again. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." It was difficult to hide the joy in his tone, and he kept muttering this sentence. On the way to the Land of Waves, the seriously injured Hyuga Tamao had been sent back to the village some time ago. From him, Hyuga Hiyashi learned about the first danger that Ryosuke encountered after leaving the village, and the scale of the battle he experienced. From that day on, his heart has been hanging, and it has never fallen. Standing at the door at a loss, Hyuga Hiyashi opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The old-fashioned look that used to be pretentious had long disappeared. What was left was only the pride of a father for his successful child returning home. When Ryosuke's figure appeared in his eyes, he first observed his situation carefully. After confirming that he had no missing limbs, he finally let go of his heart. He stopped steadily in front of Hyuga Hiyashi, and Ryosuke said embarrassedly under his gaze, "I'm back, father." "Good boy, if you don't know, you would think you just strolled around the village and came back." Slapping the child in front of him, who was as tall as him, Hyuga Hiyashi's words were full of pride. This was a mission of the highest level. As a result, Ryosuke was good. He looked the same when he left the village and when he came back. Except for changing his clothes, he had no wounds on his body, just like going out for a spring outing. He dared to guarantee that there was no child in the history of Konoha who had the talent and ability of Ryosuke. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama couldn't do it when they were young. "Let's talk about this time first, father." The father and son walked side by side on the way back, and Ryosuke said, "Our mission this time." "Why are you in a hurry?" As the clan leader, Hyuga Hiyashi was not in a hurry at all and interrupted him. "Go home and take a rest, then have a good meal, and we will talk slowly in the evening." Like an ordinary office worker, Ryosuke took a hot bath when he got home. But after coming out, he did not go back to his room to sleep, nor did he immediately talk to Hyuga Hiyashi about this trip. Instead, he sat in the corridor of the courtyard, looking at the door lazily. He was waiting for the start of dinner while waiting for his wife. She was coming soon. Although he did not develop his perception, Ryosuke knew that Hinata was coming back soon based on his usual understanding of Hinata. "Hanabi, aren't you going to come out to greet your sister?" Looking back in confusion, Ryosuke looked at Hanabi, who was silently helping the housekeeper Alyong to clean up the dishes in the room. Didn't you always like to wait for Hinata to finish school in the courtyard? Today's Hanabi seemed to be in a bad mood. If it were before, she would have sat opposite him, staring at him and blaming him for stealing Hinata's love. In the room, Hanabi turned her head and looked at him, hesitated for a moment and replied. Today you finally came back from a mission. I will let you take care of my sister for a day. As she spoke, she turned her head quickly. It seemed that all her attention was on the plates in front of her. Ryosuke fell silent, and did not ask more questions, but turned his head and continued to look at the door. Although Hanabi's words gave people a feeling of tsunere, Ryosuke did not hear the previous high spirits from her tone, but a kind of lonely emotion. Before he could think more, a figure appeared at the door of the house. The long lavender hair was draped over the shoulders, and the bangs covered the thin eyebrows. Although the pure and flawless eyes were pure, they faintly revealed a noble temperament. The face that originally had a little baby fat had also become thinner during this period of time. The advantage of the Hyuga clan's bloodline gave Hinata milk-like skin. Under the red sunset glow, she stood at the door, looking somewhat luxurious. Wearing a loose pure white kimono, Hinata raised her lips the moment she saw Ryosuke, and her eyes no longer saw other people. She walked faster and faster, and finally pounced on Ryosuke. Ryosuke, you are finally back. A soft and sticky voice sounded. The same words as always. It seemed like the scene when Ryosuke came back from a long trip the last 2 times. But compared to the tone of Ryosuke's return the last 2 times, Hinata's voice this time was full of longing and dependence, and even a little aggrieved. Grow taller. Ryosuke smiled gently, stood up and stretched out his hand to embrace his wife, who rushed to him. Although it was in front of the housekeeper and sister-in-law, he did not feel inappropriate at all. With a slight weighing, Ryosuke knew that Hinata's recent training intensity had increased again. Not only was the muscle a little stiff, but there was also some damage to the meridians. He didn't know how to care about someone sincerely, but he felt that keeping an eye on their physical condition was the best way to care. Feeling a hand like a fish, searching for something through her clothes, Hinata blushed a little, as if she remembered something. Her heart was pounding, and even her body temperature was rising rapidly. But soon, she remembered her husband's temper and calmed down. I paid attention to rest. You lied, your body can't lie to me. Ryosuke pinched her cheek gently as a punishment for lying. You promised me before you left that you should pay attention to rest after exercising and take Hanabi out to play more. Sure enough, Hinata sighed in her heart. She always felt that her husband's attention seemed a little different from that of ordinary boys in some aspects. I rested well, and occasionally accompanied Hanabi to play, but... She was about to explain, but she stopped halfway through her words. Where is father, father? Hinata looked at Ryosuke and asked. Father said he won't have dinner because he has something to do. Ryosuke answered casually, but he asked us to go to the study after dinner to start a family meeting, mainly about the mission I left recently and some of the next plans. What's wrong? Suddenly asking about father, don't you see each other every day? Nothing. Hinata fell silent, nodded, stepped back, and left Ryosuke's arms. At this time, Ryosuke also had the opportunity to observe her changes up close. Perhaps it was the pressure that made Hinata grow rapidly, and her height changed. Even in terms of temperament, she is much more mature than before she left. Although Hinata was still a little childish when they met just now. But in fact, she has changed. In the past, Hinata was essentially a child pretending to be an adult, but now, she has begun to slowly have some adult responsibilities and bearing. Just now, from some subtle movements, Ryosuke could see that although she still relied on him, she had begun to learn to face some things on her own and had the courage to face them. It seemed that something had happened in this family during the time he was away. From Hanabi's emotions and Hinata's words, Ryosuke roughly judged some things. But he still didn't ask more. After all, some things needed Hinata to face herself. He could only serve as a guide and assistant, otherwise she would not grow up. At dinner, Hyuga Hiyashi really didn't participate. And the relationship between the two sisters, Hanabi and Hinata, was the same as before. It seemed that there was no change. Dong dong dong. After dinner, After a short rest, Ryosuke and Hinata came to the door of the study. "Come in." Hyuga Hiyashi's voice came from inside. Opening the door of the study, everything inside was still the same as before, with no difference. "Father," Ryosuke shouted respectfully. Then, Hinata waited for a while before speaking with him. "You, sit down first." Hinata Hiyashi first looked at Hinata, and then turned his eyes to Ryosuke without leaving a trace. "Tell me about what happened during your departure this time, and your personal opinion." He got straight to the point, but it was exactly what Ryosuke meant. He briefly summarized what he encountered during this trip. Then, he focused on some more subtle content, such as the attitudes of the major forces within the alliance, and the subsequent impact of the defeat of external forces such as the Fourth Raikage. "So, do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen will start the election ceremony for the 5th Hokage after returning to the village?" After hearing Ryosuke's story, Hinata Hiyashi didn't care about the alliance or external forces that could bring them benefits. Instead, he directly pointed out the possible psychological changes of the 3rd Hokage after his defeat in the battle with the 4th Raikage. Since the alliance has been reached, there will be no disputes in the ninja world for the time being, which is the biggest gain for Hyuga. This time, Ryosuke has bought himself enough time to grow, which is the big meat that their clan wants. As for the so-called division of interests, it is just some scraps. Compared with those, Hyuga Hiyashi is more concerned about things like Sarutobi Hiruzen that may affect them. "If nothing unexpected happens," Ryosuke answered truthfully according to his considerations along the way. He obviously has the idea of retiring. Maybe he had such an idea before, especially in recent years. Some of his policies and strategic arrangements have begun to appear weak. This shows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear that his ability is not as good as that of a young man. He doesn't want his political achievements to have some big mistakes in the last few years, and then be infamous for thousands of years. "Then what do you think will be the candidates for the 5th generation of Hokage?" Hyuga Hiyashi asked again. Hinata sat aside, and as before, she quietly wrote down all the content of the meeting. "First of all, of course, it's Tsunade and Jiraiya, two long-established figures." Ryosuke nodded and expressed his opinion. These two are well-known seniors in the ninja world, and both are disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter in terms of qualifications or strength, if they serve as the 5th generation Hokage, no one in the village will disagree except that guy. But the two of them seem to be very resistant to the position of Hokage, so it is not ruled out that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be able to recall them. Nodding silently, Hyuga Hiyashi did not interrupt him and motioned him to continue. "Next, there are the younger generation, namely Hitaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Nara Shikaku. Hitaki Kakashi is needless to say. His strength and fame are enough to serve as Hokage, but he lacks in qualifications and has had some bad mission records. As for Sarutobi Asuma, although he himself has no idea of becoming Hokage, he is the son of Sarutobi after all, and has experience as a guardian ninja of the daimyo's mansion. In addition to his strength and ideas, he is also qualified to sit on the 5th generation Hokage. Finally, among the younger generation, I think Nara Shikaku is the most likely to become the 5th generation. Nara Shikaku himself served as a military advisor in Konoha, and has had a lot of experience in handling government affairs over the years. Both his qualifications and abilities are obvious to all. His only shortcoming may be that he was born in the Inoshika-cho clan, but this can also be compensated, as long as he wants. Although people who were of the same era as Sarutobi Hiruzen or were similar to him were excluded, there are actually quite a few people in the village who have the opportunity to sit on the position of Hokage. Many of the Jonin in the village have their own advantages in terms of ability, fame, and qualifications. In order to select the best from these people, Ryosuke thinks that Sarutobi Hiruzen should pay more attention to some things that are more ideological, that is, the so-called political review. After listening to Ryosuke's narration quietly, Hyuga Hiyashi made a summary. Then next, whether Sarutobi Hiruzen has the idea of nominating a new Hokage, our clan just needs to wait and see, and support his choice at the right time. But if this thing really happens, I think that guy will not continue to hide in the dark, he may take some action. Indeed, that guy is very persistent in the position of Hokage. Speaking of that guy, Ryosuke also feels a little troublesome. Logically, Shimura Danzo should have been working on the research of Sharingan for some time now, and started to pile some weird things on himself. Although in the timeline of the original work, he only successfully transplanted 10 Sharingans. But now the timeline has changed. Ryosuke is not sure whether he will still have 10 arms, maybe more than 10, or maybe less. As long as there is enough Sharingan to consume, the vitality of Shimura Danzo is comparable to that of Hercules in mythology. Hercules's treasure is the 12 trials, with immortality, which means that if he is not killed 12 times, he will not be destroyed. And Shimura Danzo has Izanagi, which can consume the Sharingan with sufficient pupil strength and directly reverse the unfavorable factors including death. Ryosuke has not yet completely crushed this guy's strength, so it is still quite troublesome to deal with him. In short, let's wait and see. Hinata Hiyashi mentioned Shimura Danzo, and he was obviously a little headache. Now this guy's attention is not on us, at least. From the information we have collected so far, he doesn't seem to have any ideas about our clan. Of course, there are also caged birds. When he mentioned this word, he stopped abruptly. The atmosphere of discussion in the study, which was originally very serious, suddenly stopped. It is also affected by the curse. Our people are relatively safe. After a long time, Hyuga Hiyashi spoke again and finished his words. Is that so? Ryosuke nodded, as if he did not feel the strange atmosphere just now. Let's stop here for the time being about the land of waves. Hyuga Hiyashi also quickly avoided this topic. Now let's talk about what happened in the village during the time you were away. There is one thing that is more important, and I need to synchronize with you. Important things. Ryosuke raised his head in confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were gone. Is there anything important happening in the village? The person involved in the incident is Uzumaki Naruto, who is the orphan of the 4th generation and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hinata Hiyashi took out a scroll from the desk and handed it to Ryosuke. Because it involves the Jinchuriki, who is a weapon of war, the internal information is blocked very confidentially. This is a notice only issued by the Konoha high-level officials. The intelligence chain in our clan can only get a little information. The specific situation is that during a recent A-level mission, the ninja team led by the senior ninja Hitaki Kakashi was attacked by some Kumogakure ninjas. And during the attack, the junior ninja Sarutobi Rin unfortunately died to cover the team's departure. Afterwards, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki went berserk and crushed most of the Kumogakure ninjas with almost overwhelming strength. All the ninjas were killed. Our intelligence chain did not get accurate information about the specific strength of Kumogakure. But there is at least one Jonin in the enemy team. After all, Hitaki Kakashi is not so easy to fool. Kurogakure's attack. Ryosuke frowned. What was the specific time period? About 6 days ago, Kakashi carried 2 seriously injured subordinates alone and rushed back to the territory of the Land of Fire at full speed, and then returned to the village under the protection of Konoha ninja. Hinata Hiyashi quickly replied, except for the battle record report, other information is not secret, so we got very accurate information. As for the sacrificed Sarutobi Rin, his body was not brought back. The family meeting lasted until the second half of the night, and Hyuga Hiyashi finally sorted out some recent events into scrolls and stored them in the secret compartment behind the bookshelf. Although Ryosuke understood that these files were like diaries, if they were discovered by some people with ulterior motives, it would cause more serious consequences. But after all, few people can record everything clearly in their minds like him. He can do it, but others may not be able to do it, so it is necessary to record important things in some special ways to prevent forgetting. So, Ryosuke did not stop it. As usual, Hyuga Hiyashi left first and went back to the room to rest. In the study, only Ryosuke and Hinata, who had not spoken since the meeting started, were left. This time, I have no problem. As soon as he turned his head, Ryosuke was about to ask her if she had any questions about the content of this meeting, when he heard Hinata's voice. Her serious look made Ryosuke stunned, but he soon nodded with relief. Every time they carefully recorded the content of the meeting, Hinata also began to slowly keep up with their pace and thinking, began to understand what they said during the meeting, and understood the direction behind each decision. Compared with Naruto, who had a miserable life and had lived alone since childhood, Hinata was still relatively naive. So even though both of them were influenced by Ryosuke, they grew up at different speeds. However, since she took on the concept of family, Hinata's thinking has begun to improve significantly, and she is no longer just pursuing strength and competing for some false reputation as before. Then, Ryosuke stood up. Since she had understood, the long-awaited family meeting tonight was officially over. Wait, but Hinata stopped him. Turning his head in confusion, Ryosuke stopped getting up and sat back down. In addition to what father said, there was actually something else that happened in the village recently. Hinata explained, but maybe because it's not that important, father didn't tell you. I know you've always been paying attention to Uchiha Sasuke. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, she looked serious, and she really had a bit of the attitude of Hyuga Hiyashi, a newly graduated genin, although he is an orphan of the Uchiha clan, is not that worthy of attention for father. But I know you seem to have some attention to him, so you have been paying attention to him. He hasn't come to school recently, it seems that he has successfully graduated. Graduated? Ryosuke was a little surprised. Did his Sharingan awaken? In a short period of time, Uchiha wanted to have the strength to defeat the Chunin, except for the Sharingan, he felt that there was no other possibility. After all, in a relatively comfortable environment, it is not easy to make a breakthrough. Like Ryosuke, he has mastered many secrets in the original timeline, and with the family's heritage, he can have many directions to learn from and improve himself in boring practice. But Uchiha Sasuke is different. He is just a rookie who has never even left the village. Even if he has good talent and family background, his vision and lack of guidance have limited most of his growth possibilities. Maybe, but Hinata's answer was a bit vague. It was obvious that she did not have accurate information. After you did not go to school, Sasuke also took leave as often as you did. But since teacher Mizuki came to our class as a tutor for practical courses, he has been very close to teacher Mizuki, or, it is teacher Mizuki who is very close to Uchiha Sasuke. And recently, teacher Mizuki seems to have disappeared, but someone in the school saw Uchiha Sasuke wearing a genin forehead protector. Oh, there was some interest in Ryosuke's eyes. Although he graduated, there was no school-wide announcement. I will have someone check this matter. Generally speaking, early graduation will have corresponding notices posted on the school's bulletin board, including applications for early graduation and the results of the application. Just like Naruto before, when he applied for graduation, the public announcement caused quite a stir and attention. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who failed to pass the graduation examination some time ago, also had a public announcement. But this time, it was obviously an accident that did not get the school's public announcement, just like Naruto defeated Mizuki in the original timeline. Regarding this point, although Hinata is the future head of the Hyuga family, due to her age, she has not yet been able to mobilize some of the family's power, especially for more important things such as the intelligence department. Therefore, she has no way to get accurate intelligence information. So, is there anything else? Seeing Hinata stop talking, Ryosuke knew that she had told everything she knew, but he still took this opportunity to ask a question. However, this question was not about Uchiha Sasuke, but about her own affairs. But Hinata didn't seem to plan to say more to Ryosuke. After hesitating for a while, she shook her head silently and jumped from the chair to the floor. You've been tired outside. Have a good rest tonight. Good night. As she spoke, she walked out, leaving a back view for Ryosuke. Seeing Hinata's stubborn attitude, Ryosuke shook his head helplessly, but his smile was full of relief. There is no doubt that something must have happened during the time he was away from home. Most likely, it was about the curse of the bird in the cage. After all, the time for the departure of the clan was only a few months, and Hinata should have started to take action. But her actions did not seem to be so smooth. Ryosuke could see this from the way she got along with Hyuga Hiyashi. In the past, Hinata always maintained a respectful but a little fearful attitude towards her father. Although she later changed her personality, she still had a shadow of her father's severity. But judging from tonight, her attitude seems to have changed recently. Even Hyuga Hiyashi, as a father, deliberately avoided contact with Hinata and did not even participate in dinner. However, it was agreed that she would complete this matter by herself, so Ryosuke did not ask directly, but confirmed indirectly whether there was anything he could help with. But it seems that although this young wife is young, she is still very face-conscious and responsible. She was very tough and did not ask him to help a little bit, wanting to take on this matter by herself. But it's not easy to solve a bird in a cage. Ryosuke sat for a while, tidied up the study, and turned off the lights and left. He tried to think about this problem from Hinata's perspective, but this matter was not easy to solve. The next morning, Ryosuke had just finished breakfast. Before Hinata left for school, she heard someone coming to pass on the news that Uzumaki Naruto was waiting at the gate of the clan again. Since their team got into trouble, Uzumaki Naruto came to the Hyuga clan to look for Ryosuke almost every day. But the news of Ryosuke leaving the village was a secret. On the surface, he asked for leave to study at home, so Hyuga Hiyashi kept making excuses and did not let him meet Ryosuke successfully. Under Hinata's slightly complicated gaze, Ryosuke put on his clothes for going out and left. This time, he did not plan to meet Naruto in the clan. After such an incident, Ryosuke was not sure whether the surveillance around Naruto would be called out again. And now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not returned yet. The Konoha delegation to the Kingdom of Waves was a few days slower than Ryosuke. Now the people in charge in the village are Koharu Utatane and Shikaku Nara, but behind the scenes, there is also Danzo Shimura. Among these three people, Ryosuke is more assured of the two people in charge, but Danzo Shimura behind the scenes is very dangerous. Bringing the Jinchuriki into the Hyuga clan is a sensitive matter at this time. In order not to touch the nerves of this guy, Ryosuke chose to find a place outside to talk with Naruto. As for not meeting Naruto, Ryosuke felt that this choice would affect their friendship. Although Shimura Danzo is now a troublesome guy, he is still not up to the standard compared to other people in the ninja world. So Ryosuke's attention to him is actually not as high as Naruto. Stepping through the gate of the Hyuga clan, Ryosuke saw an extremely gloomy face. The morning sun fell from the sky, but Naruto stood in the shadow of the wall. Time seemed to have returned to the beginning. Not long after graduating from the ninja school, Naruto also came to see him once. At that time, he was assigned to a good team, full of vitality and sunshine. Just as he was about to leave the village to perform a more important task, he couldn't wait to come to him to share his happiness and joy. It was nearly a year later. When I saw Naruto again, he had matured a lot, but he didn't have the smile he had before. Hearing the footsteps, Naruto raised his head. After seeing Ryosuke's figure, his blue eyes finally showed some touch on his gloomy expression. Long time no see. Ryosuke. He walked up the mountain, with Naruto following closely beside Ryosuke. As he expected, the village was very vigilant about Naruto, whose seal was loosened. Without the final decision made by the third Hokage, the Konoha high-level officials sent several people from the Anbu to follow him and monitor his situation. And for this, they unexpectedly made a decision that seemed natural from Ryosuke's perspective, but incredible from the perspective of the Konoha high-level officials. That is, they did not hide this surveillance from Naruto. Instead, through the mouth of Hatake Kakashi, they told Naruto that someone would follow him to prevent him from going berserk again and not being able to control the power of the tailed beast. This is a trust in him. But this trust is rare for Konoha's high-level officials, especially without the command of the third Hokage. They will only stare from a distance, not approach, and will not eavesdrop on our conversations. You can rest assured about this, Naruto said with a very forced and stiff smile on his face. Although he was very sad and wanted to share this matter with his friends, he didn't want to be too intense so as not to affect Ryosuke's mood. For this few friends, Naruto cherishes them very much. Especially, after this incident. I went on a long trip recently and left the village. Because this news was only known to our family, my father kept sending people to share it with you. Ryosuke nodded and explained why he couldn't see anyone when he came to find him so many times. Hearing his explanation, Naruto was stunned. So that's the case. I thought there were some restrictions that couldn't be done because of my identity. I will keep this matter confidential. While talking, the two had unknowingly reached the top of the mountain. On the stone wall of the back mountain of Konoha village, there are statues of successive Hokage. The emergency shelter in the village is also inside this back mountain. So now the mountain under their feet is actually empty inside. It's great, a quiet village. From the mountain, you can clearly overlook the entire village. The village under the sun looks peaceful and beautiful, which makes Naruto sigh. I heard that the third-generation grandfather also left the village recently for the Alliance. I believe that after the Alliance is reached, the village can live in peace for a few years without worrying about the disturbance of war. Because the Alliance of Wave Country has been reached, this news is no longer a secret, but a major news for stabilizing the national situation. Yes, the signs of war will stop temporarily and usher in a relatively long peace. Ryosuke nodded, and regardless of the dust on the ground, he sat on the edge of the cliff and enjoyed the beauty of the moment. The atmosphere became quiet. After waiting for a long time, Naruto spoke again. You should have heard about my story, right? Staring blankly at the village in front of him, Ryosuke was silent for a while, then turned his head to look at him standing. Ah. I heard about it. Condolences, since you are a ninja, sacrifice is inevitable. Without acting, he is not very good at comforting people, so he thought for a long time. Of course I know. Faced with Ryosuke's words, Naruto shouted suddenly, but quickly suppressed his emotions, sorry. But tears couldn't help flowing from his eyes down his cheeks. From the moment he returned to the village after the mission failed and woke up in the hospital, he had been holding back for too long. Whether it was at the funeral ceremony or in front of his other teammates Uesugi, Kakashi teacher, and Iruka teacher, he didn't shed tears. But in front of Ryosuke, he couldn't help his emotions. After all, he was the first person who recognized him and was willing to be contacted by him besides the third-generation grandfather. Since I'm a ninja, of course I'm ready to sacrifice. I'm ready to leave the village to perform missions other than D rank. Tears mixed with snot fell one by one. Naruto lowered his head and clenched his fists, but, even if I'm ready, I still can't accept it. Rin is like a brother to me and Uesugi. He is different from Kakashi, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is very reliable and always confident and sunny to give us encouragement and courage. But thinking that I will never see Rin again, he died in front of me, to cover me and Uesugi to leave, I really can't accept it. Quote. This is the first time I have a new understanding of death. In the past, I always attacked the enemy and wielded the weapon to take their lives. Because of the different positions, I didn't have any burden. Quote. But this time, when the people around me were killed by the god of death to protect me, when I felt that kind of pain, I found that I was not ready to take other people's lives and be taken away by others. I don't want to be a ninja anymore, Ryosuke. Under the scorching summer sun, Naruto, who was bandaged all over, looked at the memorial in front of him, without any heat in his heart. Instead, it was full of coldness. This is a public cemetery in the center of Konoha, where every ninja who has made contributions to the village is buried, including the former Kage. And his companion, the genin Sarutobi Rin, was fortunate to have a seat in this hero's tomb because of his meritorious service in covering his companion's retreat, but secretly because of his reason for protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although, it is just a cenotaph. When the client died in the battle, symbolizing the failure of the mission, the already seriously injured Kakashi teacher took the two of them to evacuate, and there was no time to take Sarutobi Rin's body with him. And the Konoha ninja who rushed to clean up the scene later could not find any trace. So the only clothes that Sarutobi Rin usually wears are offered and paid tribute here. Standing in front of the cenotaph, he stood motionless for a whole morning. Slowly putting down the bouquet in his hand, Naruto left the hero's tomb alone. Walking quietly on the street, the usual noise and prosperity around him made him look out of place. As his figure appeared on the street, the malice coming from all directions made Naruto's already depressed mood even heavier. The sacrifice of his companions made him have a more real understanding of life and death, but it also made him confused and uneasy. Unknowingly, Uzumaki Naruto came to the door of the Hyuga clan. Since that farewell, he hasn't seen that childhood friend for a while. Yes, after officially becoming a ninja, Naruto's positioning of himself as no longer a child. Hello uncle, do you remember me? After hesitating for a moment, Naruto looked at the Hyuga clan member guarding the door and asked politely, "Excuse me, can you call Ryosuke-kun for me?" Last time, when Hinata brought him here, it was also this uncle guarding the door. Most people in the village were familiar with Uzumaki Naruto's existence. And the gatekeeper Hinata also remembered that he was a friend of Ryosuke. Instead of driving him away, the gatekeeper also politely asked him to wait, and then turned and entered the clan land, as if to announce his arrival. Knowing that Hinata had strict rules, Naruto didn't care, and stood quietly by the big tree at the door, waiting for a reply. In the village, he didn't have many friends he could confide in. If the sacrificed Sarutobi Rin was the one he thought was the warmest, then Ryosuke was the one he thought was the most powerful among his few friends, and he was very powerful in various aspects. In his short school life, Ryosuke, his deskmate, taught him a lot of useful things intentionally or unintentionally, such as calm thinking and hiding his emotions. Although these things were not substantial combat skills, they affected his personality and behavior in all aspects, allowing him to survive until now. So, after this happened at this moment, Naruto couldn't wait to tell the other party everything about himself, and as usual, try to find a solution from the other party. But unfortunately, the sky gradually changed from clear sky to red clouds, and finally starry sky. The gatekeeper who helped him report did not bring the person he wanted to see. Standing quietly under the street light. No one would go out at this time. Naruto was the only one left on the quiet street. Loneliness and depression occupied his mind. Obviously, he used to be used to the feeling of being alone, but unknowingly, he was no longer alone. Not having it from the beginning is different from having it and losing it. This makes him very scared and confused. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The hurried footsteps sounded from the clan land, like a ray of dawn in the silent night. But unfortunately, when Naruto looked up, he didn't see Ryosuke, only the gatekeeper. Sorry, because Master Ryosuke is doing very hard training and doesn't contact outsiders, it's not convenient to see people during this period. The gatekeeper came to the gate with an apologetic look and looked at Naruto outside the door. Is that so? I understand. Nodding with a gloomy face, Naruto said thank you and turned around silently. Boom. Behind him, the gate of the Hyuga clan slowly closed because it was late at night. Everything around him fell into silence again. The faint street lights on the street were like the dark lights on the Neji bridge, bringing a little gloom to the night. But Naruto's attention was no longer here. Immersed in his own world, he didn't even know how he got back to the house. In the next few days, Naruto appeared at the gate of the clan every day in a daze, waiting for Ryosuke's training to end. Because one person was missing from the team and they were all injured, they didn't need to go on a mission for the time being. During this period, Naruto didn't work hard to supplement the knowledge he needed and improve his strength after returning to the village as usual, but gave up most of his life like a walking corpse. The small and depressing home, the entrance of the Hyuga clan, the quiet and solemn memorial, and the 3.1-line action pattern occupied his life. Whenever he wanted to try to go out, he saw Rin's figure in a trance. This kind of mental torture brought him pressure like a mountain and a sea. But fortunately, Naruto finally met the person he wanted to see. Don't you want to continue to be a ninja? Hearing Naruto's words beside him, Ryosuke turned his head in surprise. Are you serious? In order to become a ninja, to become a Hokage, you have made a lot of efforts. Are you now avoiding the facts that have already happened? The Naruto he knew in his heart didn't seem so fragile, right? Even if his personality was slightly different from the original timeline, his persistence and perseverance in his personality remained unchanged. Maybe I'm just avoiding the problem. Naruto wiped his face with his sleeve and wiped away his tears and snot. On the one hand, I can't accept Rin's death. On the other hand, I have another level of understanding of life and death. This understanding makes me unable to look directly at the profession of ninja. Although he looked ugly, his expression was still calm, and he didn't look like a crying child. In front of his friend who he relied on and imitated in his childhood, when he talked about this matter, he vented the emotions that he had suppressed these days uncontrollably. But in fact, his sentimentality had already been worn away some time ago. As he spoke, Naruto sat down next to Ryosuke, also looking at the village in front of him. My first mission outside the village was a B-level mission. The other party was just a group of bandits who were lucky and had learned some minor ninjutsu. They wanted to take shortcuts and get something for nothing by robbing. At that time, I found that the ninjas from Konoha were really powerful. Facing the vicious criminals that ordinary people were completely powerless to resist, we could easily harvest their lives. That was my first time killing someone. My hands were easily stained with blood, but when I saw the villagers smiling and thanking us, my heart was warm, without any fear or discomfort. Quote. So I didn't show any mercy to the enemy in the subsequent missions, because I knew that what I did was right. Even if I killed someone, it was in a relatively just position. This feeling of being recognized, grateful, and admired made me very happy. He clenched his fists, but some time ago, when I first faced the ninjas from the enemy village, I realized that in addition to right and wrong, good and evil, there are other things. These things make me feel sick about what I did. Under the influence of the fox in my body, I committed extremely brutal crimes. Ryosuke didn't speak and interrupted his narration. Instead, he listened to Naruto quietly as a good listener, telling his inner thoughts and hesitations about this matter. Perhaps because the seal was loosened for the first time, Naruto's consciousness was not completely annihilated under the control of the tailed beast. In other words, in that process, everything he did was deeply reflected in his heart and was seen clearly by him. Unlike those bandits and wandering ninjas who committed crimes for convenience, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are the same as their Konoha ninjas. They all have their own ideas and people who need to be protected. When they shouted to protect the village and their companions and rushed towards Naruto, Naruto had the illusion that he had become a bad guy and the person he once hated. Under his influence, although Naruto knew his identity as a human pillar in advance, he never thought of himself as a monster. But at that moment, he felt that he really became a monster. As for his idea, Ryosuke could only say that he was worthy of being Naruto. When ordinary people face such things, they will only have repeated hatred, but he is different. He is not only thinking about the death of his companions, but also feeling the death of his enemies. He is thinking about his own existence from a more noble perspective and perfecting his own views on good and evil. This is a kind of growth. In the original timeline, Naruto only began to improve his thinking after he followed Jiraiya to practice and went out, and when Sarutobi Asuma was killed by Kakuzu of Akatsuki. Finally, he realized his own view of good and evil during the raid of the village by Pain. Now, this process has been brought forward. Naruto in this timeline is obviously more mature, but also more fragile, not as optimistic as in the original timeline. After Naruto stopped talking for a while, Ryosuke slowly said, "Many things are of course not black and white. All you have to do is do what you think is right and believe in it." Just like when Hinata Tamao trusted Ryosuke without hesitation, Ryosuke would respond. Although at the beginning, he regarded Naruto's initiative as an investment and responded to him vaguely. But now, when Naruto began to regard him as a close friend, he could no longer face this person with the original attitude. Such sincere emotions cannot be deceived, at least not in Ryosuke's case. Right and wrong, good and evil, are actually considered by everyone from different perspectives. Just like for us in Konoha, people from other villages are enemies. They killed people from Konoha, which is wrong and evil. But for the people of Kumogakure, this is right, and it is a merit worthy of praise and boasting. Of course, there will be some so-called bystanders, like the people of Iwagakure or Sandgakure. When looking at the dispute between us and Kumogakure, they may judge good and evil for some kind of interests. Or, with a more noble compassion, sympathize with the weak, and think that what the strong do is evil. On the cliff of the back mountain, while overlooking the beautiful and prosperous village below, Ryosuke explained to Naruto what he knew. Everyone is different in the perfection of the concept of good and evil, and they all have their own experience. In the process of explaining to Naruto, Ryosuke was more of a guiding attitude, letting him think about his position and the direction he wanted to go, rather than forcing him to define an idea that our Konoha is right and the people of the Hidden Cloud Village are wrong. When we went down the mountain, it was already evening. Naruto's mood was obviously much better, and he no longer said childish words like not being a ninja. Although his mind is mature, he has experienced too little and is not strong enough. However, I believe that if he can get out of it smoothly this time, his heart will be stronger than ever in the future. Since it is almost time for dinner, as an adult who has started working, Naruto, although he has just finished crying, still treated Ryosuke, a minor, who is still studying in school, to dinner in a very elder-like manner. And the food is, of course, Ichiraku ramen. There are still a few merchants in the village who can recognize Naruto, and they are unwilling to make money even if they have money. Let's go. Leaving only a back figure, Ryosuke waved his hand and said goodbye to Naruto, who seemed silent behind him. After eating, he didn't stay any longer, he had other things to do. Ryosuke is still very busy now. There is still a year before the next transformation, but he hasn't practiced well for a while. You know, this thing in the mind is like a limiter. Although this progress bar grows according to time, if there is not enough effort and pressure to improve your body, spirit, and ability during this period, the corresponding breakthrough of the limit will not be too obvious. Just like when he first transformed, he only focused on his bloodline, so he only got a large degree of prompts in the white eyes, and was relatively weak in other aspects such as the body and spirit. And in the second transformation, because he practiced soft fist, he began to pay attention to the body, so the body has been greatly improved. This time, Ryosuke not only paid attention to the body and ability, but also paid attention to the spirit, which is considered to be a comprehensive development, so he is looking forward to his third transformation. In the process, he also hopes that he can accumulate more. But just as Ryosuke stepped into the house, he heard Hinata's serious voice, "Although you are the head of the family, I am also the future head of the family. I am qualified to change this and question you about this wrong system. Is this a quarrel?" Ryosuke paused as he entered the house, silently retracting his forward legs. He found a place by the door, leaned his back against the wall, and opened his Byakugan. In the main house, his father and Hinata were rarely confronting each other. It seemed that Ryosuke had never seen such a scene since he came to this world. Facing her father, Hyuga Hiyashi, no matter how much her personality changed, Hinata always had a little awe of him. So most of the time, Hinata spoke to her father carefully. But now, this awe disappeared, and she dared to confront her father head-on. Hanabi was still at the training ground, so now in the house, except for a few servants, there were only Hinata and Hyuga Hiyashi. In the main house, the two of them sat opposite each other. "Although you are the head of the family now, I am also the future head of the family. I have the right and status to change all these unreasonable things, and I want to ask for your assistance." Staring at Hyuga Hiyashi, Hinata's eyes were full of seriousness. "Hanabi is your daughter. She is also my sister. She will never be an outsider, and I will not let our relationship become like you and Uncle Hazashi. I have already told you that this is the system of the family for thousands of years, and you can't change it just because you want to." Sitting opposite her, Hyuga Hiyashi, as a father, looked very unhappy. "What we can do is to ease the relationship between the main family and the branch family, not to cancel this system. Our Hyuga clan can be immortal for thousands of years, relying on this mechanism of mutual dependence and mutual protection between the master and the minister. If there is no caged bird, with our clan's advantage and eye techniques, it would have been dug out and divided up by the forces of various countries long ago." Hinata mentioned his relationship with Hazashi, which touched his heart. He also wanted to change all this. Once, he and his brother had this goal: one is the head of the main family, and the other is the head of the branch family, and they wanted to change all this together. But it is obvious that their relationship has broken down. Like other main families and branch families, they can no longer work together like real brothers. However, the recent performance of this daughter, who has never been very attentive, really opened his eyes. She dared to talk to him like this. Perhaps I shouldn't hit her emotions that have been so high. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hiyashi's expression eased a little. "Even if Hanabi is cursed, as long as you still trust each other, this matter can be resolved. The relationship between the main family and the branch family cannot always remain the same as it is now. The family system cannot be changed, but the relationship can be eased. Father, you know clearly that as long as you leave this family, even if Hanabi has us in her heart, she will still be affected by others. She is still young. Unfortunately, Hinata has obviously considered this matter, and it's not just Hanabi. The problem of fire, this system itself has flaws. I don't want to abolish this system, but change it." Quote, "As long as the Hyuga no longer has the distinction between the main family and the branch family, there will be no contradictions between them. Everyone can plant the seal to protect the bloodline from flowing out, but the ability to control the life of the person in the spell through special rituals should be eliminated." Quote, "You are too naive, Hinata." Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head. "I have told you before that this method will not work. The distinction between the main family and the branch family is a tradition for thousands of years. In addition to protecting the bloodline, in addition to the safety of the flowing people, the purity of the blood can also be ensured. The higher the purity of the white-eyed, the stronger the ability to play, just like Leongyuk. His blood veins have been returned to his ancestors. In terms of innocence, he has extremely powerful talents in his own. Stop, continue to fight for reason, but this cannot be explained. Why do we control the life of the separation? Obviously, whether it is you and the others who are separated, it is clear that the relationship between the host and the separation will become worse and worse. Modify. The son is quickly refuted. If the birds in the cage have no means to control the separation, people who are separated will not be honest, and they may even rebel. She looked at the father opposite her seriously. The main family is unwilling to give up their rights, and the branch family is unwilling to be controlled by incompetent people. Just like me, Uncle Hazashi didn't want me, who was once useless, to become the head of the family, so I made that mistake in the first place. If the people of the main family are strong enough, like Ryosuke, how could the people of the branch family resist and oppose, and how could there be such a deformed method of using caged birds to control life? His face unconsciously darkened. As the main family and enjoying the benefits of the main family, Hinata Hiyashi instinctively wanted to refute and overwhelm others. But facing his daughter's serious eyes, he fell silent again. And the silence of her father seemed to encourage Hinata's confidence. Her thoughts became clearer and her words became bolder. The power of rule depends on persuasion and loyalty. If you don't have enough persuasive ability, how can you get others' selfless dedication? Forced to rely on the curse to control others, unless you erase their own emotions and make them puppets who only obey orders, otherwise one day, the accumulated negative emotions will completely erupt, and then Hinata will no longer exist. I propose to abolish the way of controlling people's lives in caged birds, and in order to ensure the bloodline, the purity of the main family and the branch family can continue to distinguish, but the position of the head of the Hyuga family is occupied by the capable. If the branch family is capable, let the people of the branch family take the seat, and if the main family is capable, let the main family take the seat. Quote. Hinata Hiyashi half squinted his eyes. Then, if the people of the branch family are in power, how do you want the people of the branch family to continue to maintain the idea of protecting the main family? The advantage of the confrontation with her father made Hinata's momentum rise again and again. She slowly opened her mouth and uttered two words, face. This idea made Hyuga Hiyashi stunned, and at the same time, it also stunned Ryosuke, who was quietly waiting for the two to finish at the door. For a long time, our people in the main family have represented the face of Hyuga. We can hand over the actual power to the branch family, but the transcendent status brought by the pure bloodline is indelible. As an extension of this system, every elected head of the family will not be a fool. The main family is the face of the Hyuga family. Even if there are no outstanding people in the contemporary era, the advantage of bloodline cannot be concealed. Hinata explained bit by bit, as if she was well prepared. Not only did Hyuga Hiyashi gradually become speechless, even Ryosuke was somewhat surprised by the methods and reasons she came up with. Unexpectedly, the little girl who knew nothing at the beginning has grown up to this point without realizing it. If it weren't for the restrictions of age and strength, perhaps she would be qualified to sit in the position of the head of the family now. Ryosuke is somewhat looking forward to Hinata's change. Judging from her attitude and words in response, Hinata should not be arguing with Hyuga Hiyashi about this issue for the first time. This may be the reason why he has always felt that the relationship between the two is a bit stiff since he came back. And the suggestions put forward by Hinata are very similar to the way the emperor and the prime minister get along in the island country in the previous life. There is not much real power, but because it represents face, it is protected. Of course, there is no absolutely appropriate system for everything. Even the smartest people can't think of a system without omissions. The word, calculated without omissions, is more of an exaggerated modification. The new system that Hinata came up with certainly has some flaws, but from the perspective of the family, this system is more complete and accurate than before, and it is more in line with the necessary conditions for the growth of the family. In the past, there were few outstanding people in the branch family, because when they understood that their lives only existed for the main family, their upper limit was almost determined. Only a few people can still maintain a fighting mentality when they know that their existence is for others. But now, if this new system is implemented, then most people in the Hyuga clan will have a goal to work hard for, and will begin to truly practice and strengthen themselves. From a long-term perspective, Hinata's idea is more appropriate. But unfortunately, there is still a more important problem now. It can be seen that you have seriously considered the method you came up with from all aspects, which is much better than your previous meaningless arguments. In Ryosuke's perception, Hyuga Hiyashi did not refute Hinata's method. But there is one question I don't know if you have ever considered, that is, even if I agree with your idea, how can you implement it? At this point, Hyuga Hiyashi looked very tired. Although the main family represents Hyuga, Hyuga is not the main family's one-man show. Many things also require the consent of some elders in the clan before they can be implemented, just like the engraving of the bird in the cage. Most of the time they are arranged by the respected elders in the clan. Although these elders are also people from the branch family and have been persecuted by the bird in the cage, but they are already old, and sometimes they care about this system more than the main family. Sometimes they have some old-fashioned and decadent ideas, which often give me a headache, but I have to consider their opinions. This answer made Hinata, who was originally full of confidence, stunned for a moment. It seems that in her mind, as long as her father, the head of the family, and herself, the future head of the family, can coordinate properly, this problem can be solved. But now it seems, although you are becoming more and more outstanding, even if you think of a solution to the problem, it will be another problem to implement it. The expected situation made Ryosuke smile helplessly. But it was already very good, at least the first step had been taken. Next, if she wanted to continue to change the family system and continue to protect Hanabi, she would have to make another breakthrough and face the difficulties of the elders. This matter made Ryosuke look forward to it. Ryosuke, why are you? At this time, the little girl Hanabi was dragging her tired body back from the training ground. Generally, the age of Hyuga is 5 or 6 years old. Go to school, so she is still studying alone at home for the time being. Seeing Ryosuke, Hanabi tilted her head in confusion, wanting to ask something. Shish, but Ryosuke had already stretched out a finger against his lips, and smiled and waved to her with the other hand. Father is talking to Hinata about something, let's go in later. Hearing his words, Hanabi was stunned for a moment, and then her expression dimmed. She slowly walked to Ryosuke's side with her short legs, and stood with her back against the wall. Before Ryosuke could say anything, Hanabi asked in a muffled voice, "Are father and sister quarreling because of me again?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but purse her lips, suppressing her inner grievance. I don't want to see my sister and father quarreling. If I leave, their relationship can return to the past. I am willing to leave this family. The dripping tears fell like raindrops. What are you thinking about? Ryosuke was caught off guard by her crying. He quickly came to her, wiped her cheek with his palm, and explained gently, this family can't be missing anyone. Besides, they didn't quarrel, they just had different opinions. Different opinions. Hanabi's eyes were a little confused. When Ryosuke was not around before, she had seen her father and sister quarreling. Wasn't that called quarreling? However, Ryosuke's words distracted her attention and stopped her tears. When you grow up, you will understand what they are doing now. This kid is like this, crying when he says he will, and not crying when he says he won't, just like acting. Seeing that she didn't cry anymore, Ryosuke didn't explain much, chuckled and took back his palm. They should have finished talking, you go in first. Huh, Hanabi blinked her eyes with tears. Ryosuke had already looked to the other side. In the distance, a figure followed his sight and slowly appeared near the main house. A child who looked very similar to Hyuga Hiyashi, and Hyuga Hiyashi came to Ryosuke and shouted respectfully, Master Ryosuke. The person who came was Hyuga Neji. However, he no longer had the look of indifference and contempt when he met Ryosuke before. He should have changed his attitude after getting some news about Ryosuke from his father. The moment Hanabi saw the stranger, she had already obediently entered the house, but she didn't have the chance to meet her cousin. It seemed that she had never seen Neji since she was born and could remember things, let alone know his existence. I came to ask the clan leader for permission to apply for the graduation examination in advance and become a ninja like Uchiha Sasuke. Just like when they came to ask for permission to learn Bagwazong, some people who follow the rules of the branch family even have to come to the main family to tell them about graduating early. Graduate early. Ryosuke's eyes became strange. These two people, they won't wait until the 11 little strong men of Konoha have graduated and Kage Otsutsuki has been suppressed, but he, the time traveler, has not graduated from the ninja school yet. Hyuga Neji failed to apply for graduation. It seems that the Uchiha clan is better. Neji is 1 year older than Uchiha Sasuke, but he failed. Look, Inuzuka Kiba is challenging Hyuga Hinata again. Everyone is very excited. I didn't expect that there would be such a grand occasion in the current peaceful times. I wonder if people would also compete to graduate early in the war era like now. The news of the alliance brought back by the third Hokage has spread throughout Konoha. Nearly half of the forces in the ninja world have formed an alliance, including a big country like the Wind Country, which means that the era of peace has officially arrived. It is no longer just a short and unstable truce period like before. The whole village is happy for this hard-won peace. But for these, the students in the ninja school who have not experienced the baptism of war do not know how valuable this is. On the contrary, compared with the news of peace, they pay more attention to Uchiha Sasuke's graduation. Originally, it was just some gossip. Because Uchiha Sasuke had been on leave, most people in the school didn't pay attention to his situation. But with the return of Sarutobi Hiruzen, after Uchiha Sasuke was officially assigned to a team, the news that he became a genin was confirmed. Moreover, he was assigned to Uzumaki Naruto's team. As autumn approaches, the sun hanging high in the sky emits a venomous light. In the training ground of the ninja school, the elite class is undergoing a practical assessment. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Under the attention of a crowd of onlookers, muffled sounds rang out one after another. Standing in front of Hinata, a student who tried to challenge her first position in the grade fell down unwillingly. The chakra in his body has been cut off, and his limbs seem weak, and there is no possibility of fighting again. This time, Hyuga Hinata wins. The departure of Mizuki means that the practical course has a new teacher. This new teacher is a jonin with rich mission experience. He has also served as a ninja instructor and led genin and chunin to carry out missions outside the village. But for students who have not graduated yet, this kind of almost childlike teaching is his first time. Announcing the results of this sparring assessment expressionlessly, this jonin with little teaching experience took out the list of students and checked them. Then, let's announce the results. Hinata Hyuga, 93 points in actual sparring, 90 points in ninja tool assessment, 96 points in task drill, 93 points in actual combat comprehensive assessment, first place. Inuzuka Kiba, 93 points in actual sparring, 87 points in ninja tool assessment, 89 points in task drill, 89.7 points in actual combat comprehensive assessment, second place. Hinata Ryosuke, 85 points in actual sparring, 85 points in ninja tool assessment, 90 points in task drill, 86.7 points in actual combat comprehensive assessment, third place. The former first in the grade and the former first in the grade have successfully graduated and left, and the throne of the first in the grade has finally come to Hinata. Although her fighting style is still relatively immature, and she has not mastered all the secrets of the Hyuga clan, she is already better than the children of the same age because of the awakening of her bloodline and the influence of various abilities. In Ryosuke's observation, the only one in the same grade who has a chance to fight her is Inuzuka Kiba. In the student stage, everyone has not yet developed their own fighting methods and consciousness. Most of the time, they rely on physical strength and various ninjutsu to win, so the family with superior bloodline can always stand out in actual combat. You guy, I will definitely beat you next time. Before school was over, Inuzuka Kiba came to Hinata childishly and said harshly, "You are the coward who occupies the first place in the grade and dares not apply for graduation. Guy, I will defeat you one day." Originally, he wanted to say coward, but after thinking about it carefully, Hinata is a girl, so he didn't say it. Woof. Sitting on Inuzuka Kiba's hair, Akamaru also shouted imposingly. But their attitude did not give people a fierce feeling, but made Ryosuke miss it a little, and reminded him of the way they were in school in their previous life. This kind of fight-like thing is rarely seen in this ninja world where people mature early. However, in front of outsiders, Hinata always looks very imposing. She just nodded lightly, and seemed not to care about Inuzuka Kiba's provocation at all. But her attitude made Inuzuka Kiba even more angry. Unfortunately, he knew very well that he could not beat this guy now. Humph! Inuzuka Kiba snorted coldly and turned away, and Akamaru above his head still cooperated with him and barked. Looking at Inuzuka Kiba's back with amusement, Ryosuke heard Hinata next to him before he had time to say anything. Childish, just the first in the grade, what's there to fight for? Ryosuke. He turned his eyes to Hinata strangely. Didn't someone practice desperately for the first in this grade before? Ryosuke's words were meaningful. Hinata, who was originally cold and proud, froze when she heard his words. Then, she quickly turned her head away. Let's go back quickly. Let's go. Ryosuke shook his head and left the classroom without talking to her about this issue. After returning from outside, he always went back to school to take a look, so that he could feel the transition back to daily life after fighting. It can calm his heart and welcome the boredom of practice. But he didn't expect that he would catch up with the actual combat assessment when he returned to school this time. After his strength improved, it became more and more difficult for him to suppress his ranking. After all, many things in fighting rely on instinct. Just after walking out of the classroom, Ryosuke found that Hinata didn't catch up. Turning around, he found that she was still standing there, maintaining the state just now. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Although Hinata turned her head away, her eyes secretly looked at him from time to time, and her fingers seemed to shake unconsciously. Her eyes were a little confused, and Ryosuke didn't understand what happened. He looked towards the classroom and found no one else worth noting. Now there were only the two of them in the classroom. The others had already left the school or went to the training ground to fight in real combat. But soon, when he turned his attention back to Hinata, he seemed to remember something and smiled helplessly. Returning to her side, Ryosuke reached out and took her hand, which seemed to be shaking unconsciously. Let's go. Although he was not sure, he felt that this might be the answer. You can still be saved. A soft muttering sounded in his ears, and Hinata finally took a step to follow him. What? Pretending that he could not hear, Ryosuke turned his head with a smile. Nothing. Hinata looked a little angry. But as she walked, her steps seemed a little brisk, without the heavy look she saw when she just came back 2 days ago. Is this happy or unhappy? Ryosuke was a little confused in his heart, but he was smart enough not to ask. However, he was in a good mood. The tense nerves and cold heart that had been in the battle some time ago finally relaxed at this moment. Next, just practice peacefully and improve your strength. Liang, Master Liang Jia. But as soon as they left the school gate, they were stopped. Panicked and with a self-blaming tone, Hyuga Neji rushed out of the school gate. Miss Hinata. Seeing Hinata next to Liang Jia, he shouted again. Before Liang Jia asked anything, Neji bowed down in front of him and apologized. I'm very sorry. Because of my self-confidence, I discredited the face of the Hyuga family. Guilt and fear of facing it made him dare not look up and see Liang Jia's face. Discredit. The sudden scene made Liang Jia a little confused, and he didn't understand what he meant at the first time. But after thinking carefully about what happened today, he roughly understood his words. Before, Hyuga Neji had come to the main house to apply for early graduation, in order to avoid losing to Uchiha Sasuke. But from the rumors heard today, he should have failed the assessment and failed to successfully graduate from the ninja school early. If, like before, he didn't apply, it would be fine. No one knows who is stronger and weaker, and after a year, they don't have time to make a comparison. But now it's different. Uchiha Sasuke has graduated successfully, and their Hyuga clan's first talent has not passed the assessment, which clearly tells passers-by that Hyuga is not as good as Uchiha. No wonder Hyuga Neji looks so flustered and at a loss. In his short life, it's quite stressful to want to bear the blame of this family. After understanding the cause and effect, Ryosuke turned around and looked at the school gate where people were coming and going. Don't be like this, talk while walking. Yes, Hyuga Neji seemed to have noticed that his behavior seemed a bit embarrassing, and he straightened his back quickly. But when he looked up, Ryosuke noticed that there seemed to be some tears on his face. It looked like he had cried secretly. He didn't point it out, and they walked towards the direction of the Hyuga clan. Although I didn't go to watch the battle, it seems that this battle was not easy. Ryosuke glanced at Hyuga Neji. Not only were there a few torn places on his clothes, but there were also several injuries of varying degrees inside his body. Although they were not serious, it can be seen that the Chunin who was taking the assessment deliberately held back and did not cause serious injuries. This also shows that this Chunin acted very easily in the battle with Hyuga Neji and controlled the entire battle situation. I had almost no power to resist. That senior knew Hyuga very well. He pulled away from her the moment the fight started, and he was extremely proficient in the use of various ninjutsu. Hyuga Neji replied in a muffled voice, in terms of speed, I couldn't keep up with her. I had no chance to use my only soft fist that could win. After the overall assessment, my comprehensive evaluation was still far from passing. Indeed, long-range combat is what most of our clan lacks. Ryosuke nodded. You should have mastered Bagua Kongzong, right? Yes, my father has taught me specifically. Quote, Hinata Neji nodded, but the continuous use of Bagua Kongzong requires a huge amount of chakra as a basis, and my chakra is not enough to support it. In the battle, I have never found a suitable opportunity to cut in. He seems to be very familiar with Hyuga, whether it is soft fist or Bagua Kongzong. He deliberately avoided the range of my attack and used ninjutsu to win. He first. Silently narrating the entire battle process of the assessment, Hinata Neji remembered every attack of the enemy in his heart, including every reaction of his own. In addition to these, he also talked about the post-battle summary of this battle. Throughout the process, Hinata Neji was very serious, and he completely regarded Ryosuke as a senior who was much stronger than him. For Ryosuke's strength, he only got some information from his father's words, but it was obvious. The Miss Hinata that he thought before was not the future of Hyuga, but the Master Ryosuke in front of him was. With a similar tender age to himself, he won the attention of his father, who was a senior ninja, and his father attached great importance to him. A man who is so proud of his father would be willing to put aside his reluctance to be a branch family because of this. Master Ryosuke is definitely a powerful ninja who hides himself very deeply. What does that Chunin look like? While listening to his narration, Ryosuke unconsciously imagined a scene of Hyuga Neji fighting with a Chunin whose face he couldn't see clearly. This is a scene constructed based on strong thinking ability and rich combat experience, and a little bit of illusion ability. Hearing his question, Hyuga Neji was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, about 1.73 meters tall, not very fat, but because of regular exercise, he looks very strong. Then where is your battle? Ryosuke asked again. The third training ground of the school. Hyuga Neji replied quickly again. It's a very detailed battle record. I can see that you blame yourself and take your enemies very seriously. If that's the case, you don't have to feel guilty about it. After all, you've tried your best. While talking, they had already stepped into the Hyuga clan land without knowing it. Randomly found a training ground within the scope of the branch family. Because it was close to dinner time, there were not many people in the training ground. Master Ryosuke, are you going to guide me? Neji was a little confused. He just thought that it was his mistake that embarrassed the Hyuga, so the main family wanted to guide him so that he could regain his face as soon as possible. First, he tapped Hinata's eyelids lightly. Ryosuke glanced at him. I guess so. Then, he reached out and tapped Neji's eyelids. What is this? When Hinata and Neji opened their eyes again, the training ground in front of them had already become different. They came to the school's number 3 flat training ground. On the field, Hyuga Neji, with a serious face, was ready to face the sturdy man whose face could not be seen clearly. In front of them was the graduation test scene that Ryosuke had just constructed through Hyuga Neji's words. At the beginning of the battle, the way the Chunin test teacher distanced himself and the possible speed. Neji's reaction and the action of chasing him closely and trying to get close. Everything was extremely real, as if it was recorded in advance with a video recorder and played in front of their eyes. It's just a simple illusion technique, Ryosuke explained casually. He didn't even open his Byakugan. This was an illusion technique he constructed based on his research on yin attribute chakra. There were only pictures, no substantial attacks. The construction of this illusion tests the thinking ability of the caster more. Controlling the development of this illusion technique, Ryosuke looked at Hinata. Although my father doesn't want us to graduate early, I think you should still get in touch with a relatively real battle, and the psychological preparation you should make when facing enemies who are familiar with our Hyuga fighting style. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.